conference series is of utmost importance because of many different things. First of all, I think we have to realize that we live in a very strange, and sometimes I would even say sad, period of time. We see what is happening in our neighboring country, Lithuania. We are seeing what is happening right now in Latvia. We see how important the social element in participation for democracy, for different civic freedoms is becoming day by day. And even more so, the participation of youth in these processes. Why? Because the youth is holding the future. The youth is creating their own future when being part of today's reality. Unfortunately, in many cases, there are different people, much older than the young people, who are determining our fates, determining our future in some kind of a totally awkward and undemocratic way. So we have to be active, we have to participate. And I think not only the recent events or recent processes that we are observing here in the Baltic states, but also geopolitical crisis, also the rise of technologies, the transformations of technologies, also different authoritarian sentiments that are in the air around, across the world. These all are elements that are showing that democracy has to be taken care of. We have to think of it, we have to be active in protecting it, we have to all the time create ideas how we can nurture it even more in the future. Today's conference is happening, as it was already said, in the framework of two important research projects that our Institute of Culture and Arts has created. One of them is National Research Program Unframed, and the other one is the Fundamental and Applied Research Project MEET. And those two projects are led by, first, Unframed by our professor and now the head of our Institute of Culture and Arts, and also our vice rector in science, Anda Laķe. And I wanted to say my biggest gratitude towards Anda to make this all happen. And also the second one, Project MEET, the head of this project is our distinguished senior researcher, Baiba Tjārve. Many thanks to her as well. Baiba, where are you? And of course, I wanted to say also that I wanted to express gratitude towards Ministry of Education and Science of making these projects real, helping them to happen. So being very supportive all through the way. Once again, I wish that this conference is one small or bigger step for our future collaboration, for the ideas that could lead for deeper participation of youth in the civic processes. I'm totally sure that young people are active. I see the rise of interest, I see the rise of activity, and this is a very good sign. Tomorrow there will be protests against very important topics in context of Latvia and future of Latvia. I hope that we all gonna be there. You know that democracy dies in silence, but youth, I'm totally sure, cannot be silenced. So I wish you all a perfect day of conference with great discussions, great ideas, future plans, collaborations, and most of all, friendship.
And next, we are honored to invite for opening words Dace Melbārde, Minister of Education and Science of Latvia.
Good morning, dear Rector, Vice Rector, dear researchers, youth leaders, educators, representatives of non-governmental organizations, colleagues and friends. I warmly welcome all of you to this conference to devote it to an issue, as Rector precisely said, of utmost importance, youth civic participation. And I do say it from the very bottom of my heart, and with a strong belief, because my first profession is a youth worker. So it's very close to my identity, everything that is related with young people. And I'd like to warmly thank the Latvian Academy of Culture for taking up this topic and devoting your research resources to explore youth participation dimensions and prospects in Latvia. Yeah, but this is not merely an academic topic. It is a test of vitality for every democratic society. How strong can our communities truly be, and how secure our future if young people don't feel involved, heard, and valued within them? We live in a time when democracy is being challenged in the information space, in geopolitics, and even in our everyday choices. Our era demands not only knowledge, but also the courage and wisdom to think and act together. That is why it is so important that today we speak about participation that is not formal but meaningful, participation that builds conviction, belonging, and responsibility. Young people are already finding new ways to engage, launching their own initiatives, creating digital narratives, and joining co-creation movements. Their participation is often less hierarchical and more horizontal, less institutional, but more emotionally and ethically grounded. Therefore, the question, is youth participation decorative or authentic, is in essence a question about the quality of democracy and about our collective ability to trust it. Now a few words about Latvian experience. In recent years, the landscape of youth participation in Latvia has become more dynamic, focused, and hopeful. According to the latest data, 95% of schools now have student councils, and their activity has grown significantly from 32% active in 2021 to 51% today. And this progress has been supported by the Contacts Initiative, and thank you to Randa. Randa is over there, who is our leader of youth section in the ministry. And this Contact Initiative is active since 2022 and has provided support to more than 400 student council projects and involved 2,000 young people in leadership and cooperation training. 32 municipal youth councils are now active across the country, increasingly becoming genuine partners to local governments. This year, we launched the School Bag of Civic Participation program that allows students to experience democracy in practice, offering more than 100 partnerships-based activities that help young people to learn civic engagement through real-life experience. Ahead of the official municipal elections, this year, for the first time, mock elections were organized for 16 and 17 years old in secondary schools to strengthen civic competence of youth and to help them understand elections and how their voice matters. The National Youth Dialogue, launched this autumn under the patronage of Prime Minister of Latvia, is emerging as a new platform for consistent cooperation between young people and decision makers, and I hope we will use this platform to open us new perspectives to bring closer decision makers and young people community. Likewise, the European Youth Dialogue connects young people in Latvia with broader European policy processes. The research team of the Latvian Academy of Culture, working within the National Research Program Education, is precisely exploring this question: what determines authentic youth participation and how it can be fostered both within and beyond the school environment. Their work, I believe, will help us understand how to move from formal participation to experienced democracy. Dear colleagues and friends, authentic youth participation means partnerships, not management. It requires the state and its public institutions not only to open doors for young people, but also to change the format of conversation. It begins at school with trust in young people's ideas and their right to make mistakes. It continues in municipalities with youth councils that not only advise, but also influence decisions. That's true. And it becomes part of social culture when young people see that their voices truly make a difference. Authentic participation is not a declaration, it is action. It is co-creation, solidarity, digital activism, and community initiatives. And our task is to ensure an environment where such forms of participation are recognized, supported, and heard. And in this context, I would also like to commend the current initiative by some politicians in Latvia to denounce the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence. Firstly, I'm pleased to see so many young people participating in protest meetings which confirm that young people care about their country and the choices that today's politicians are making about the future in which these young people will have to live. Secondly, it is clear that the clash of opinions regarding the convention reveals divide not only between European modernity and imperial legacy, but also between different generations. The initiative of young people at Valmiera Gymnasium, which was highlighted in public media at the beginning of this week, when young people wanted to express their attitude towards withdrawal from the convention, then what we saw in social media, that this initiative was met with such derogatory remarks as brainwashed, immoral and illegal, stupid parents, stupid children, and so on. And these comments on social media came from adults who probably have children and youngsters of their own at home. The ability to see young people as valuable discussion partners who allow us to look at social life and processes in the country from a different perspective is an asset. But for this insight to take root in wider society, many adults themselves still need to grow up. For closure, authentic youth participation is a voice of our shared future. It builds trust, unites society, and strengthens democracy. As 46 European countries, including Latvia, participating also by our Latvian Youth Council leader, reaffirmed at the Council of Europe Conference of Ministers responsible for youth in Malta this autumn, we must think, learn, participate, and act together with young people and for young people. Therefore, I call on all of us, for the benefit of young people, to strengthen cooperation between science, education, policy, and practice. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dear Minister, we know that unfortunately you can't stay for the whole conference due to the budget discussions, but we're very thankful that Minister found time this morning and joined us here for the opening speech. Well, it was already mentioned the youth sector and civic society sector, and these voices really matter. Therefore, please welcome Ms. Inga Birsgale, President of the Latvian Youth Council.
Good morning, everyone. Colleagues from civil society, researchers and experts, and most importantly, the inspiring young people who are the very heart of this discussion, a warm welcome to this conference. This conference title itself poses a critical question, one that resonates deeply in the National Youth Council, and I believe in all of us. Are we truly giving young people a real voice and power to make change, or do we sometimes include them only for appearances? This is not just an academic question, it's a fundamental challenge to the health and future of our democracy. Protecting our democratic values is now more urgent than ever. From the rise of populism to the spread of disinformation, the foundations of open societies are being tested daily, and the consequences are far-reaching. In this complex landscape, the role of civil society, especially youth organizations like ours, becomes absolutely vital. We have a unique capacity to bridge the gap between young people and the formal structures of democracy, to translate complex political processes into relatable experiences, and most importantly, to strengthen young people's faith in democratic values. Why is this faith so important? Because democracy only works when people take part in it. It's not something we can take for granted. It needs active participation and care. And who better to protect its future than young people themselves? This brings me to the central message I wish to share today. Young people's success defending democracy is only our collective success. This isn't just a hopeful sentiment, it's a profound strategic truth. In the National Youth Council, we live by a slogan that captures this essence. Young people are Latvia's most valuable, renewable energy. And like any energy source, it must be supported and used wisely. When young people are empowered, informed, motivated, and active, they bring new ideas, creativity, and energy that our societies need. This is not about doing young people a favor. It's about working with them as real partners. Every young person who develops critical thinking, who learns to advocate for change, who volunteers for a cause, or who simply casts an informed vote. Each one of them is a brick in the wall of our democratic resilience. Today we stand at a crossroads with clear choice before us. Will we allow our young people to be mere observers, watching passively, perhaps even seeing it crumble? Or will we empower them to be the very architects and builders, laying those essential bricks themselves? The difference is profound. I want to conclude with a call to action rooted in powerful truth. Commitment is an act, not a word. Let's work together to ensure that the youth participation we foster is not just decorative, but truly authentic, not just formal, but deeply meaningful. Thank you.
And finally, representing the students of Academy, please welcome Amanda Estere Kraļe, Chair of the Student Council of the Latvian Academy of Culture.
Dear Rector, dear colleagues and students, it's a real pleasure to represent the students of the Latvian Academy of Culture and to open the Cultural Crossroads Conference about authentic youth participation. I'm glad that the Cultural Crossroads has become a place where experienced researchers and experts can come together with young researchers and students who are still trying to find themselves in research fields. And today you, the students and also pupils, are not just a part of the audience, you're active participants. Through your research, curiosity, and questions, you join the space where we research and explore, shape our understanding about creativity, identity, and the future. Culture is not only about what was, but also about what's it going to be. And you are a part of the process, you all. Your ideas and perspectives bring a great value to this conference. As the president of the Student Council, I can gladly say that we have created a space where we are capable of building bridges between student ideas and the end result. Every initiative or suggestion matters, and the Student Council can be the key support to make things happen, and even when it feels difficult to be done alone. So I encourage you all to participate with authenticity. Speak up, share your genuine thoughts, and play an active part not only in this conference, but in every space you're a part of. Thank you.
We thank all the opening speakers for setting such an inspiring tone for today's conference. But before we continue, let me introduce you with some little but very important details about our agenda for today. So first of all, until some minutes past 12, or we will see how many minutes exactly past 12 we will manage, but we will be here in this room, and there will be presentations taking place here, 2 of our keynotes, and those will be streamed online as well for our online viewers. After the lunch break, after 1 o'clock in the afternoon already, the conference will continue in 3 parallel sessions. Well, and those 3 parallel sessions will be happening in different locations and different rooms. The one of the sessions will be happening here in this room that will be again streamed live, and our online viewers will be able to see that. The other one will be taking place in rather digital room in the Zoom, so those interested again can join and are more than welcome to join this Zoom room, which is as well online, and the links you can find on the Academy's webpage for this Zoom room. And the third session will be happening in room 207 here, but that will take place in Latvian, and that will feature high school students' research presentations. So again, very, very interesting, but that will unfortunately not be streamed, but however, we hope there will be possibility for those who are here, not online, but let's say in real life in the conference as well, join that session. And of course, the full program is available on Latvian Academy of Culture website, and you are more than welcome to follow the program and as well see in the second part which sessions you are interested to join. Well, but now we turn to our keynote speakers. This morning we have two fantastic keynote speakers, and those both of them will help us to explore youth participation, not only on national level and nationally, but also more on the European level. So as a first speaker, I invite Kristina Baccalso, an independent expert on youth policy and human rights, who has worked with European Commission, the Council of Europe, and UNICEF. And honestly, it's really great pleasure to meet Kristina for the second time, actually, because we met last week already. Kristina was here in Riga for another event, so we hope that this is not your last time here in Latvia and in Riga. But Kristina, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Hello, good morning. It is indeed my second time this week to be in Riga, so I'm very pleased and honored to have this invitation. My name is Kristina Baccalso. I was invited to discuss this morning this very broad question: how do we know when participation is meaningful? And I hope this morning I won't necessarily be able to provide any particular answer, I think, to this question, but rather to provoke some additional questions to really frame our conversations for the rest of today. Before I start, I just wanted to let you know a little bit about myself. I'm originally from Canada, so perhaps you can maybe tell from my accent, but I've been living in Europe for the last 15 years. And throughout this time, over even the last 20 years, I've been engaged in the field of youth. And I started out myself as a young person involved in student politics, in student movements in my university. And this, over time, became a research interest of mine. And my current focus is really participation, civic, political, all of the different ways in which we can understand participation in democratic life. And I would be considered an applied researcher. So rather than coming from academia, I've been using research to advise policymakers, to advise strategy making for organizations and for governments that are looking to support youth participation. And so that means that I have been working with organizations such as the United Nations Agency for Children, UNICEF, on their adolescent development and participation area, but as well UNICEF Innocenti, the research arm of UNICEF, the European Commission, Council of Europe, and so on. And these organizations have dedicated certain policies and organizational strategies to youth engagement, to youth work, youth development, as well as the human rights of young people. And so today I'm really going to be looking at this international and European field of how we have seen over the years this policy area develop. And I'm going to take a historical look, a policy-led perspective, in terms of what we know about participation, what we know about meaningful participation, and how we practice it today. And the reason why I'm taking a policy perspective is because how we practice participation has mostly been state-led. It's been mediated a lot by policy, whether we understand it this way or not. Of course, what we know about meaningful participation has often been conceived in academia, has been honed and in practice in communities and in initiatives on the ground and grassroots work. But also what we've seen since the 1980s is actually a lot of youth-focused policies that I will review today. And it's because in democracies, youth participation is seen as a subset of citizen participation. And at some point, this became then also an area of responsibility for governments themselves. And so today we'll take a look at what governments have done and international organizations in this area of youth participation, creating spaces and opportunities for young people to engage. And what I'll reflect on is really, have young people themselves also been considering these spaces to be meaningful? Is it simply just the state, is it the governments that have created these spaces for young people to fill, or how have they also been engaging in them? And what does this mean for our aspirations in a liberal democracy to have such spaces created by the state? So in order to explore this question, I'm going to be looking at a report that I was a co-author of for the European Partnership for Democracy, Youth Political Participation, a literature and policy review from 1980 to 2023. And I just want to say that this title is a bit of a misnomer. It says it focuses only on youth political participation, but as we'll see, the policies at regional and international levels were never contained only to political participation, but actually covered a very wide scope of how young people participate broadly in civic and public life. And I'll go through fairly quickly 4 epochs of youth participation in policy. First, from the 1980s to the 2000s. From the 2000s to 2015, from 2015 to 2020, and then from 2020 to present. So as I mentioned, the report itself only goes to 2023, but today I'll expand a bit in terms of where we are a little bit further into the future to bring it up to speed in what we're seeing today in 2025. But before I dive in, I'd like us to get on the same page, and I'd like us to establish for here in the room, what do we really mean when we use this word participation? So in everyday parlance, we actually use the word to participate as a synonym for to take part. We can say our students participate in school. I participated in a football game. I had 25 young people participate in my program. But what I want to make clear is when we are talking about participation in democracy, we are really talking about the ability to have a say in and shape the decisions that impact your life. And so we have 2 fundamental components here. We have a decision that is being made, and we have the ability to shape that decision if that decision actually has an impact on your life. And what that means is what we are fundamentally talking about is autonomy, we're talking about agency, and we're talking about self-determination. It's about being able to shape your own life, but also to shape the life of your community and to shape the world around you. And so today we're going to look at how governments, mainly international and EU levels, have tried to support this. So we'll begin first in the 1980s, the first epoch where youth participation started to appear on the political agenda. So some key aspects about what was happening in the 1980s. We had children and youth start to become identified as key demographic groups that needed special attention. And there were some reasons for this. We could see, for example, this concept of the demographic dividend start to become popular in the 1980s, particularly in the Global South. That we saw a working age population from 15 to 64 years start to become larger than the dependent population, the very young or the very old. And for these countries, governments saw a window of opportunity to be able to support young people, to invest in human capital, to be able to really advance their economies. And of course, in the global north, we actually saw the opposite. We saw our populations aging, where we had a growing elderly population. However, it also then resulted in a kind of similar phenomenon where governments started to see that perhaps policies would be overrepresented by an older population and then started to correct by having more of an emphasis on the needs of young people. And so we see this coinciding with a surge in the global role of the United Nations. And we also see this, of course, in increased multilateralism alongside the founding of the EU, as well as the enlargement of the EU after the Cold War. So some main policies relating to youth participation. We see the ratification of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, and I'll come back to why that is so significant for youth participation. We see at the international level the first ever International Year of Youth, as well as the founding of the UN Programme of Action for Youth. We see a recommendation on youth cooperation in Europe from the Council of Europe, and this is about states and governments and international bodies wanting to emphasize the role of youth participation in their report writing and in their policies. And we actually also see the founding of the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, which enshrine civic and political rights. And so the major development, I would say, for this epoch is really about founding a rights-based approach to youth participation. And we see this again in the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. This convention is the most widely ratified human rights convention in the world. And here we see that the right to be heard for young people is actually enshrined in human rights law. And strictly speaking, while this convention applies only to under 18s, it set the conceptual but also the ethical and moral duty for states to have young people participate, to listen to the views of young people. And it also set youth as citizens. So youth and young people having a voice in their own right and not simply citizens in waiting. And here we have a picture from the 1989 ratification of that treaty. So epoch number 2, we come to the 2000s. Key aspects of this is we now see then the launch of the Millennium Development Goals. And this is the first global development agenda where we see also young people and children being key to achieving such goals relating to poverty, equality, and human rights. We see youth participation become a key domain in the EU. And we see structures and processes starting to promote the increase of youth participation at the international level. And we see various policies that come to support this. The UN System-Wide Action Plan on Youth, which then drives all of youth programming throughout all the different youth UN agencies to have a focus on young people. And we see the founding of UN volunteers. Perhaps some of you in this room have even participated in it. We see the European Commission white paper, which puts a clear emphasis on how all EU agencies need to start to mainstream and consider young people in their policymaking, but also that member states have the chief responsibility for supporting youth development. We also see in international development agencies such as UK DFID and USAID as having a focus on youth participation. And then we see a further elaboration of this Convention on the Rights of the Child. And so the major developments in this area really relate to seeing young people as part of a larger policy domain. We see that young people are not simply the targets of policy, but are now starting to be thought of as also key partners and leaders in even implementing and delivering policy. We see the establishment of various international platforms for young people to be able to have their voices heard. And again, too, we see young people moving away from just being thought of as a target group to being partners in development. And here we have one of the early EU structured dialogues, which is now called the EU Youth Dialogue, and the role of youth organizations such as the European Youth Card Association promoting this and connecting young people with policymakers through this process. So the third epoch is 2015 to 2020. And here we see a further institutionalization of policies and strategies. We see now policies having attached funding to them. So for many, many years, we had great platitudes. We had a lot of strategies, but not necessarily funds attached to them. And in this period, we actually see a consolidation of that. We see money being put where politicians' mouths are. We see wide-scale youth consultations. The EU Youth Dialogue in this period reaches over 50,000 young people across the EU. We also see the launch of the Sustainable Development Goals at the international level. And here in the Sustainable Development Goals, we see the UN coin the term agents of change. We see young people framed as agents of change in being able to actually achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And we also see young people being seen as key actors in areas outside of what we would consider to be typical youth areas. And we see them as part of peacemakers. We see them in playing a role in youth peace and security with various UN resolutions. And so some major developments in this area is, again, this systemic integration of youth participation into longer-term policymaking, not simply just one-off engagement, but a key part of various policies at the EU and international level. And again, this idea of youth as agents of change, and this expansion of youth into broader public life and into broader youth-related, but also non-youth-related policy areas. And we see, again, the EU youth goals becoming very prominent as part of the EU youth strategy, with a goal in and of itself specifically for youth participation. So the last epoch, which brings us up to today, is really us seeing a mainstreaming of youth participation. Some key aspects, however, though, is really within the backdrop of some worldwide crises that we're seeing in the world today. We see not only COVID-19, but we also see an increase pressure in terms of climate change. And what we see as a response from international organizations and from governments is starting to look at youth participation in this intergenerational lens. We're not simply looking to how these crises affect young people today, but also future generations of young people. We see a further development of conceptual models on youth participation. We're not simply thinking about what processes do we need, but how do those processes actually translate to something which is meaningful? And as such, we are starting to think of youth participation beyond simply representational structures. And now we have various policies, again, more future-looking. Our common agenda from the Secretary General of the UN is really looking with this intergenerational lens as what do we look for youth participation further into the future, not just simply for today. We have the EU strategy on the rights of the child getting expanded with the child participation platform and the implementation of the Lundy model, which I'll come to in the next slide. We have the EU Youth Dialogue, which is also greatly expanded. And we have a Youth 2030 at the UN level, which is looking for a final push towards the SDGs and seeing young people as being a key part in our achievement of that. And we'll see, we have 5 years left. It looks as if we are going to be coming short, unfortunately, on achieving some of those goals. But Youth 2030 was a key focus on the role of young people in trying to achieve this. And what we see is really major developments conceptually, but also politically in terms of thinking about youth participation beyond just voice. And I just want to highlight here the Lundy model of child participation, which is also informing youth participation at the policy level. We have here 4 areas of space, voice, audience, and influence. And this was a really key advancement in terms of what we were thinking about youth participation. Because for this model, young people don't simply just need the space, which is the opportunity to participate, and nor not simply just the voice supported to be able to participate, but they also needed to have an audience. So their voice needed to be communicated to people with influence. They needed to be communicated to people who had the power to actually change things. And then the last quadrant, influence, is this idea that those views and those ideas should either be acted on and then explained back to young people how their views were considered, or if they were not acted on, to be able to be accountable to young people and explain why is it that their ideas were not acted on. And this represented really a different type of thinking about our representation structures. Because for very many years, we had young people take the stage and share their views, but not necessarily targeted towards people who had the ability to change, and also not necessarily having any accountability in terms of what happened with those views. And this was an introduction into thinking more about where are those views going and who is listening to them. And so again, we start to see here actually more of a reflection on participatory practices. So not simply just processes or structures. And we see an expansion again, too, of youth participation in broader domains, in culture, in tech, in digital and climate. And so here we see, for example, young people taking the stage more in higher and higher types of decision-making forums, such as the COP climate change negotiations. And I just want to step back now, looking historically. We've looked at where we've come. We looked at how far we've developed these structures. But I want to reflect on what does that mean for us today in this room. And what I would say is that actually, despite the growth in youth participation platforms and opportunities, we still sit somewhat uneasily beside also still a growth in informal alternative and in some cases anti-democratic participation. And I'll go through what I mean by that. And so, of course, just a moment ago, I mentioned about the COP climate change negotiations. We, of course, remember Fridays for Future. We remember Greta Thunberg also at these historic negotiations. And so while we had formal representation spaces opening up for young people, we also, at the same time, started to see street protests and increased civil disobedience rising as youth started to become disillusioned with the inaction of policymakers on climate change. And I really think that climate was one of the first areas where we started to see this break. We started to see the initiatives of governments, of state-led political processes inviting youth in, while also youth rejecting in some ways, becoming disillusioned with those processes. And of course, we can look at the evolution of Greta Thunberg from those formal participation halls to now her radical activism as perhaps a characterization maybe of how these different spaces are maybe being challenged or questioned by young people themselves. We also see around the world, while mechanisms for youth participation in policymaking became mainstreamed from the 1980s until today, young people still take their frustrations to the streets due to lack of accountability and lack of transparency. And we see that, of course, in the various anti-corruption protests, mostly led by young people, by Generation Z, by students in various countries around the world happening today. And it really so much reminds me of the swell of uprisings that we had during the Arab Spring in the early 2010s. I feel like we're having a revisited moment of that. And while youth street politics has always sat alongside formal institutional mechanisms, ideally serving as a useful complement to each other, youth as pushing for more equality, more transparency, accountability from the inside, but also from the outside. What we are seeing in this moment is that also young people are surging to the right, to the far right. And we can see that perhaps young people themselves are also becoming disenchanted with democracy itself, increasingly voting for authoritarian, anti-democratic parties. And of course, this is not uniform. We heard our Madame Minister here earlier today talk about the various student protests here in Latvia. And so we know that this is not a uniform trend. However, we cannot ignore that actually outside of these rooms, outside of perhaps our own circles, we do have many, many young people who are increasingly going towards the right. And so looking ahead, and this is my last slide, I think that what is potentially considered to be meaningful by power holders may potentially start to look illegitimate for many young people. And I think that this will still remain to be the case when young people are given participation platforms, but yet there is still a status quo in their material conditions. There is still a status quo in terms of the inaction on areas such as climate change, and that there is still a status quo in politics as usual. So while we might see a development in opening up spaces for young people to participate, I think young people will still be disillusioned while their wages are still low, while corruption still exists, while the earth is still burning. And I think that this is a contradiction which we will all have to appreciate and take seriously. I think that, however, while we still have this growth in state-led participation mechanisms, young people are still seeking accountability outside of them. And I think that that's important because what we see is that young people still take their public lives and public policy seriously. They still see this as an area that they are deeply invested in. However, they're just using alternate means to be able to express that. And we also have to see that liberal democracies, our liberal democracies, are really being challenged by the move to the far right. And so young people, they are participating, yes, but we also have to see in which ways are they participating. Some of them are using their voices towards pushing for authoritarian, more populist type of policies and parties. And so what I think that perhaps this means, and I'm really heartened to hear how thoughtful this program is constructed today, I think it means for us to think about lived democracy in different ways. Perhaps we're not actually going to be going for those lofty goals of system change at a policy level. Perhaps what we need to think about is participation as an everyday democratic practice. We need to think about how participation is lived in our communities, in our daily life, through youth work, through education, through cultural institutions. And I think that perhaps a bottom-up look at what meaningful participation looks like is perhaps what we need today. Thank you very much.
Kristina, thank you very much. And we hope that you are not busy with the budget discussions for today, as it was for our minister, and we hope that you can stay at least for the coffee break and maybe for the lunch and maybe later, so participants can really approach you with the questions, because unfortunately we're a little bit behind the schedule, and so therefore we will not open really a big round of the questions and answers, but we will move that to the coffee break part if you agree, of course. Well, dear friends, that was the global and European perspective, but let's hear the Latvian perspective on the youth participation. And therefore, please welcome Randa Ķeņģe from the Ministry of Education and Science of Latvia. And Randa will share the insights of the Latvian perspective of the youth participation. And we may applaud now. Yes.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Randa Ķeņģe, and I'm responsible for the youth policy here in Latvia. So let's dive into Latvian youth policy for a couple of minutes. And this picture I put just to show my honor and respect, and also to express my support to girls who organized this campaign or demonstration in their schools in Valmiera. And I would like to say to the Academy of Culture, this is just perfect timing for this kind of conference, isn't it? And as I see many young people here today in the auditory, how many of you have participated in any demonstrations or in last days, I mean, in just this week, is anybody here who participated out there in Old City or in your places? Okay, I see some hands. And who is ready also to join this week for the protests and demonstration? Okay, I see even more hands there. And how many of you have expressed your opinion in the internet, in, I don't know, Twitter or Instagram or Threads? Yeah, I see, or at least liked some comments there about the situation here in Latvia. So I see that, many of you are very active, and I think I'm just proud being also here in Latvia these days, and seeing what is actually happening is one thing, but the best thing is that how we as a society react, and that we are so very involved into these events, and that we express what we actually think and how we feel. But let's see some data at the beginning. We know that participation in civic activities at school is considered an important factor influencing future civic engagement. But what we see down there is the last ICCS research, where Latvia, as you see in this selection of the countries, is in the last place of the civic competence of young people in our schools. And we also see that during the several cycles, the civic competence of our students remain low. But we also see in this research that 82% of Latvian students are convinced that participation in decision-making make their school better. But in the same time, just half of them have participated in voting for class representatives or representatives of the school parliament council. And you see that those results in Sweden or in Poland are much higher. We also see that just 1/3 have participated in decision-making related to school life. And also the minister mentioned earlier about that in many schools, like in all schools nearly are student parliaments, but we know that mostly they have spend their time organizing some cultural activities, mostly, not being active for expressing opinions or developing some new projects in school for the good of all students. But let's dive into the youth policy documents. That's my daily work. And one of the core principles and core problems of the youth policy here in Latvia is the youth participation. This is one of the main topics. As you see, one direction of actions, as we call it, is promotion of wider and more active participation of young people in social and democratic processes. And so what we see under it is like, I don't see the screen here, right? It should be like that, yeah? Because then I'm just watching back all the time. I'm sorry, because
I don't see that. Yeah, I don't see it either.
I'm sorry for those who are watching. Okay, now it's better. Okay, then, one is, so there are 5 tasks under this direction of actions, and one of them is promoting the capacity building of youth organizations and their activities to encourage active civic participation. So in general, we do our best to support youth organizations. We give them funding. We also meet them quite often just to discuss how we can develop the rules of the granting and things like that. We also strengthen student councils, including the development of a sustainable national coordination model. What we want is actually that students make this national model by themselves. It's not the easiest part. It's like we teach them, we give them training, we make national level events for student councils, for school student councils. And at the end, we somehow expect that they will be self-organized and they will make some national level network or something. And I have heard finally this year that there is something upcoming from some students of Jelgavas State Gymnasium, so I'm looking forward. Hopefully they go until the finish line. And one is also promoting youth volunteering, promoting young people's understanding of and participation in environmental and climate issues, and also of course, in general, strengthening the participation mechanisms of young people and youth organizations in decision-making processes at all levels. How we measure the results and what we want to increase by all these tasks. One is to increase the proportion of young people who are members in NGOs. Then we also want to increase the proportion of young people who rate their ability to influence decision-making at the municipal or national level highly. At the moment, those are just around 10% of young people who believe that their voice matters at the national level here in Latvia. So it's not the highest bar, so a lot of work to do here. We also want to increase the proportion of young people who express their opinions online about public and political issues. We want to increase the proportion of young people who engage in volunteer work regularly, that means like more than once in a year. And also to increase a proportion of young people who have participated in school student councils or youth councils, like municipal youth councils during the past 12 months. And as this is now the second youth policy action plan, we also see that some of the indicators has already increased and even increased more than we probably expected. So we see some results of our measures. But what I want to highlight is that the Ministry of Education is not the only one who is participating into youth policy action plan. We are not the only one stakeholder. There are like most of the ministries involved, and those which I marked red bullets are actually the ministries who that you can find also under this participation chapter. So they see their place also at the promoting somehow the youth participation. For example, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs promote young people participation into international organizations like UNICEF or UN and European Union. The Ministry of Culture, it is about critical thinking and media literacy. Ministry of Climate is, of course, use action towards the climate change and things like that. And if you want to go into details, so find the youth policy action plan, and you can read all the actions and also the indicators planned these years. But the main stakeholder, I would like to say, since 2023 are the municipalities, the local municipalities, because since 2023, promoting youth work is a duty of the local municipalities. So we have the decentralized youth policy here in Latvia. And what we see around towards the situation in the municipalities that we have plus minus 300 workers who implement youth work. It's not enough. We should have at least 3 times more, and that's why we are now going and organizing visits to the municipalities and discussing with them how to develop youth work locally. But we see the good progress about the money. So municipalities are investing more money to youth work. We also see that most of the municipalities have those local youth councils. It's 33 of 42. And also the local youth advisory boards, 21 of 4, so half of them have local youth advisory boards where also mostly young people are represented. We also have this quality framework for youth work in the municipalities, which is a self-assessment tool for municipalities. We see that also one third of municipalities, how to say, this is like the implementation rate. It's not like the 1/3 of municipalities implements, but it's a little bit different indicator. But still, the implementation of how young people are represented in the municipal inhabitant council is around 28%. The implementation rate of funding from the participatory budget is also used for development projects proposed for young people is 41%. And young people who submit and sign collective submissions, it's the implementation rate is 23%. And also, which is quite important, that most of the municipalities have some annual funding for youth initiatives, and that's provided from the municipal budget. But one quite important stakeholder across about the youth participation is schools. And Minister already said some facts, but yes, in 90%, 95% of schools we do have student councils. I'm just wondering which ones don't, because it's by the rule that they should have actually these student councils. And they have become quite active during last years. This is quite... We think that this is also because of this Student Council Support Program Contacts. Maybe someone of you who is now studying in the Academy of Culture have participated also in this one. The goal is to strengthen the development of student councils in educational institutions and promote active civic participation of students by implementing student initiative projects. These are the 2,000 students who were involved in trainings, but if we see all young people who have participated into this program, they are more than 20,000 every year. So it's quite a big program who is actually teaching how to be active at school level. And one other very important tool, which is a very fresh and new one, is the support for learners to gain broader learning experience in STEM and civic participation, where we want to provide children and young people with the opportunity to attend events in the fields of STEM and civic participation, which support the achievement of learning content, outcomes and goals. So all the organizations, including Liene, who will tell maybe later, her experience can offer some activities to schools, and schools actually have some money to travel there or to pay the bill for the activity. So there are many more activities. These were just maybe the ones more connected with the topic, but these are not the only ones. If you have more questions, I see Willis, he's staring at me, so I don't have more time here. But please, you're always welcome to come to me and or write to me or call to me and or meet here today, and we can discuss more. And if you have some good ideas from your research, from the bachelor's or master degrees, so please also welcome to share with me, with my team. We are always very open to hear out voice of young people. So thank you.
Randa, thank you very much, and thank you for as well obeying the time. Sorry, really, we are a little bit behind the schedule, and we have very important part. It's called coffee break and networking. So, dear online viewers, you are also welcome to have a coffee break. I'm not sure about networking, but however, we will have some networking, and please use as well this coffee break and networking possibility to approach our keynote speakers and really ask them a question. Maybe, yes, give your ideas to Randa as she invited to, and have a very nice coffee break. We are back in 30 minutes. Actually at 11 o'clock sharp, so please do not be late, and thank you very much. Dear conference participants, welcome back. We welcome back as well all our online viewers and participants. So yes, welcome back from a very short coffee break. Unfortunately, coffee breaks are usually too short, but however, we will continue, and for the next session that is called Youth Participation Findings and Practice, we have 3 very interesting presentations. And we will begin with Sabine Uozola and Laura Brutane from Latvian Academy of Culture, and they will present an overview of Unframed project that is as well, this conference is part of this project as well, and its initial findings on the preconditions of authentic youth participation in formal and non-formal education. And we can support our first presenters with a little applause as well, or maybe a big applause.
Yep. Okay. Dear conference participants and listeners, both here and joining us live, students, researchers, policymakers at national and local level, youth workers, representatives of NGOs, experts, and educators. Today, my colleague Laura and I have a great honor of representing the project Unframed and its implementing team that has organized this conference, an event that brings us all together to exchange ideas, share experiences, and contribute to ongoing dialogue about youth participation. The morning session has laid a strong foundation for us to engage in today's discussions on current youth policy issues and to share our experiences in implementing, researching, and monitoring participatory processes, both in large-scale initiatives and in local community-level contexts. Throughout the day, we will hear inspiring experiences and case studies from 7 different countries. In our presentation, Laura and I would like to share insights into the latest data and key findings on youth participation in Latvia. But before we continue, we would like to emphasize that this conference and its timely, relevant theme holds particular significance at this moment and in this place. As already mentioned in the morning, very recently, the Latvian Parliament voted to withdraw from the Istanbul Convention, a key international treaty aimed at preventing and combating violence. This decision has sparked wide public debate and considerable concern across society. In just a few days, more than 67,000 signatures have been collected through the National Civic Participation Platform, and several public demonstrations have been organized. What is particularly striking in that this conversation is not limited to NGOs or policy experts. Young people themselves are actively engaging in discussions, not only online and in public spaces, but also within schools, classrooms, universities, and student councils. This shows that these issues truly matter to them, and that participation is becoming an integral part of how young people understand and shape democracy. These developments have powerfully highlighted the importance of civic engagement and the value of every individual voice in shaping our shared future. Given the current context, let me briefly outline the presentation structure. First, we will introduce the research project Unframed, its aim and scope. Second, we will look at the broader context of youth participation in Latvia, highlighting trends that have been shaped the field in recent years. Third, we will turn to the theoretical framework, discussing how youth and civic participation can be understood at different forms and levels, and what makes participation authentic and meaningful. Finally, we will present some of the main findings from national survey, focusing on what young people in Latvia themselves think and feel about participation. Through this structure, we aim to link the theoretical, contextual, and empirical perspectives to provide a comprehensive understanding of youth participation today. The project we are presenting today runs from 2023 to 2026, so we are in the middle, and is funded by the Ministry of Education and Science in Latvia. Its main goal is to better understand how young people participate and express their voices in formal and non-formal education, as well as in extracurricular activities. Through this research, we aim to identify what makes participation truly authentic and meaningful, both for individual young people and within the wider network of schools, organizations, and decision makers. The project also seeks to develop practical strategies and tools that can help strengthen youth participation and make it more youth-centered in every education practice. The Unframed is structured in 5 work packages, each focusing on a different aspect of authentic and meaningful youth participation, from building the theoretical framework and exploring current practices to identifying good examples and testing new approaches in real-life settings. Laura.
Okay. So I will continue. I will begin by briefly outlining the context of youth participation, research, and the related theoretical backgrounds. Don't worry, it's just going to be an overview of theories, and after that we're going to jump to the survey insights and results. So understanding the youth participation is essential for shaping inclusive and democratic societies, as it reflects how young people perceive their agency and capacity to influence decision-making processes. And despite growing recognition of its importance, the ways in which young people participate and the factors that enable or constrain these authentic participation remain insufficiently understood. Although young people engage in various participation activities, research data indicate that this involvement tends to be just a one-time thing, and it's inconsistent, fragmented, and unsustainable. So this poses the challenges for youth policy and practice, where the need for active and sustainable youth participation is increasingly emphasized. And there are several reasons why civic participation is particularly important for youth. At the European level, current strategies emphasize that young people are a vital source for society, and that policies should actively support their meaningful involvement in decision-making, especially in the areas that directly impact our lives. And at the national level, strategic documents point to the need for strengthening young people's civic skills, both through formal education and non-formal education. So the research on youth civic participation in Latvia focuses on the 3 main areas. In academic research, which is still developing and often addresses participation only indirectly. Then there are international studies, which provide data and insights on civic and citizenship education. And then there are also applied research, which supports youth policy development and NGO initiatives to identify the barriers and promote engagement. Overall, research reflects on Latvia's low participation culture, and both among the society and youth young people in particular. So the public sector studies focus on forms of youth participation, youth policy monitoring and evaluation, effectiveness of funding and programs promoting participation, etc. And these findings mainly highlight an adult-centered approach to youth participation, where opportunities depend on teachers or municipal staff, or, well, basically adults. And young people's needs or opinions are often ignored. So, when we talk about youth participation, an important question arises: what is meaningful and what is authentic participation? In many cases, youth participation is still decorative, or, as I already said, one-time thing. So sometimes that looks good on paper, but doesn't last or truly engage with young people. And research shows that many participation models are built around adult and societal norms, not around young people's own experiences, values, interests, truly their needs. And authentic youth participation in this context means that young people themselves drive the process. And this process is based on their interests. It's based on their truly needs and values rather than formal structures or symbolic involvement. And meaningful participation also goes in hand with authenticity. It's participation that has a clear purpose and visible outcomes, activities that matters, make sense, and have value for both the young people involved and community around them. And recent research highlights that participation should not have been seen as a fixed status, something you either have or don't, but as a living and evolving practice shaped by everyday experiences and relationships. So the real challenge for us as researchers and policymakers and practitioners is to understand how we create conditions where participation is not just formal but authentic, meaningful, and alive in young people daily lives. So, when we speak about civic participation, it's not just about the politics, it's about all the different ways people contribute to society, and studies have distinguished four main dimensions. There are different kind of schemes, but this is one I choose. There are four main dimensions: political participation, social participation, economic participation, and cultural participation. And each of these forms of participation helps people feel connected and responsible with their community. However, whether young people actually participate and how they participate depends on several influencing factors, as individual factors like motivation, personality, identity, relationships and social networks, groups and organizations, local environment and place, and wider society and global influences like global trends, media, etc. So, in short, civic participation is a complex, multi-level process influenced by personal, social, and structural conditions, and it provides the broader framework for understanding how authentic youth participation can actually take the root in our everyday life. So, when we talk about participation, it's important to understand that not all forms of involvement are equal. There is where hard ladder of participation comes in. The ladder metaphor helps us visualize the different levels of influence and responsibility given to young people. So, as you can see, the ladder has 8 rungs grouped in 2 categories: non-participation and degrees of participation. And non-participation includes manipulation, decoration, tokenism. That's what I already said, that this participation is really like symbolic and on paper and decorative. And then there are 5 degrees of participation, like assigned but informed, consult and informed, adult initiated and shared decisions, etc. So the key idea is that the higher you go on the ladder, the more meaningful the youth participation becomes. So the top rungs represent the true empowerment, where young people have real influence over their decisions and affect their lives. Can affect that, yeah. So, to explore young people participation more deeply in Latvia, we with our colleagues carried out a survey We collected the data on this year, on April and May, and our target group included students aged 30 to 25 from general and vocational secondary education institutions, as well as students in higher education in Latvia. So in total, we gathered more than 1,000 responses from participants for all across Latvia. Okay, I will give the words
as
to
you can
Sabi.
see, Laura is our theory boss, and she can explain our concepts very detailed. So now we will share some key findings from our national survey and insights that we hope will spark reflection and meaningful discussions throughout today's session. And I have to say that there's a warning. There will be a lot of numbers, but we will try to explain them the best way possible. And if some things maybe will be kept after this presentation, I would like to say that sometime there will be also a report by the Unframed project team, so there you could see the information in more depth. So we would like to present the survey data by answering few questions. So what matters to young people? When we ask young people what truly matters to them, education and self-expression stood out as clear priorities. Almost half of the respondents mentioned them among their top 3 topics. Sports, well-being, and relationships were also high on the list, showing that young people value both self-development and meaningful social connections. But worth noting is that career and mental health are emerging as equally important areas, showing holistic understanding of personal success and balance. In total, we offered 14 different topics to choose from. Less frequently mentioned were themes such as technology and innovations, social justice, entrepreneurship, war and military issues, environment, etc. This suggests that while young people care about societal questions, the most immediate concerns still revolve around the personal development, health, and relationship. For the same topic that young people identified as important, we also asked them to indicate where they have taken action, where they have been involved in addressing a specific issue that matters to them personally. The results show that participation is stronger in areas that are close to everyday life, so sports, education, culture. There are spaces where young people can engage and see the outcome of their effort. However, when it comes to topics like politics, social justice, or environmental activism, the gap between what matters and what they act upon becomes more wider. So, while interest is clearly present, engagement depends on more than motivation. It requires access, support, and the belief that one's involvement will make a difference. Where do young people talk about what matters? We also looked at where young people most often talk about the issues that matter to them. The data clearly shows that these conversations happen primarily in familiar, trusted spaces, within their families and circle of friends, or through art and culture and in digital spaces. These are the environments where young people feel comfortable to express opinions, share doubts, and seek understanding. However, discussions in public or institutional settings, such as schools, youth organizations, protests, political parties, are much less common. This suggests that while young people are not silent, their voices are still largely confined to private spaces rather than broader civic dialogue. For us researchers and practitioners, this is an important insight. To strengthen participation, we first need to expand the safe spaces for open conversations beyond the private sphere. In which everyday contexts do young people participate in this decision-making and contribute to change? When we look at where young people get involved in decisions and where they succeed in creating change, we see the same patterns repeating. The closer the context to their daily lives, the higher the involvement, and the stronger the sense of impact. Families, friends, and schools are the main areas where young people both take part and feel their voice matters. But as soon as we move beyond these everyday spaces, the local communities, national politics, or the European level, participation drops sharply, and so does the feeling of influence. This points to a crucial insight. Young people's engagement is relational and proximity-based, although noteworthy is the data indicating that only 57% of young people have brought about important changes in their educational institutions. To strengthen participation on a broader level, we must create visible, relatable links between young people, inputs, and actual change. These two questions also allowed us to compare participation and its outcomes, and the patterns is very consistent. Where young people get involved, they tend to succeed. For example, among those who took part in decision-making within the circle of friends, 94% achieved the change. Even in schools, municipalities, and national or EU contexts, more than half of those who got involved said that participation led to tangible results. The takeaway is clear. Engagement itself is the key factor that enables impact. The more actively young people participate, the greater their chance to make a difference. In other words, involvement is empowerment. What are the relationship between young people and adults in participatory processes? When we ask young people how they feel about participation, whether they are encouraged and informed and free to express themselves, the results show a rather mixed picture. Around half of the respondents feel supported and motivated to act on their interests and express their views freely. This is encouraging. It shows that participation is not just an abstract idea, but something many young people experience. At the same time, for almost every young person who feels empowered, there is another who don't. Many lack their clear information or do not feel their environment truly invites participation. A notable feature in the data is also the large share of neutral responses, those who neither agree nor disagree. This points out uncertainty and ambiguous experience of participation quality. Young people are involved to some extent, but not always sure what they really mean or how meaningful it is. Interestingly, older youth people, aged 19 to 25, as well as students in vocational educations and those living in rural areas, lend to be more critical of participation conditions. How do young people assess their ability to freely express their opinions and be heard by family, friends, and educational institutions? Okay.
That's bad.
Okay. That's bad. We have information that we have 4 minutes. Okay, you know that now happens that we somehow focus more deeply on what is on the slides and speak less. So yeah, we asked about 3 environments and how the young people assess their ability to express their opinions. So in the family, in friends, and educational institutions. When we were asked about the relationship between young people and adults in participation processes, a very clear pattern emerged. Many young people felt left out, insufficiently supported, or even ignored in adult-led decision-making. Yet interestingly, a lack of trust in adults is not the main barrier. The real issue seems to be structural. There are simply too few opportunities and mechanisms for meaningful collaboration between generations. I think I will just skip a few slides right now. And I will maybe say just a few important things, but you can see the slide, that for families and peers, the assessment of opportunity is high. But if we look at the formal educational institutions, we can see that just 28% have the opportunity to influence issues and decisions. We also look at these participation processes in educational institutions in more detail. In survey, young people were asked about their opportunities to express opinions and influence decision-making at schools or universities. And about 3/4 of respondents say they can express their opinion on at least some aspects of school life, most often about cultural or leisure events, the learning context or the school environment, but only around 2/3 feel that they can influence decisions. This drop shows a clear gap between voice and impact. Young people are allowed to speak, but not always empowered to shape outcomes.
Okay,
Laura,
I
you
will
have
just
an impossible task.
Yeah, I will just go quickly to my last slides. As Sabine mentioned, I'm a theory geek, but I will end with the survey results about what are the main forms of participation. So we can see that overall the young people, youth civic participation is low. The only, if we speak about political participation, there is only one category of activities which more than half of young people have participated, and it's that they have discussed a political issue with friends or family. And the relatively most popular activities were also the voting in student council, following political parties, and signing petitions on manabals.lv. We also asked young people about their participation in cultural education and sports, activities. And looking at these activities outside of school, the highest levels of participation were in attending cultural events outside school or studies, also attending sport activities, following sports events, career education activities, etc. And what are the main barriers to youth participation? So the main barriers to youth participation are related to practical and personal factors, with the most frequently mentioned being lack of time, lack of interest, and school workload. But what's interesting, the psychological aspects such as shyness, lack of confidence, and feeling that activities are also were also indicated in the survey. Yeah, okay. I will skip these slides and just jump into the conclusions. Survey results clearly show that the youth participation is strongest when it relates to the topics that are part of their daily lives and personally meaningful to them. So there we are again with the meaningfulness and the authenticity. And the family and friends and school are the main contexts where young people feel they can express their opinions and get involved. However, even in these familiar settings, there is often a gap between simply voicing opinions and actually influencing decisions. And then on this positive note, we can end our presentation.
Yeah, as you can see, participation can take up more space and time than needed. But thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please do not run away. Please do not run away, because after your really impressive presentation, and I really see that you could continue for the rest of the day, for sure. I wanted to ask you a very quick question, because unfortunately we do not have really space and time for a long Q&A session, which would be very, very interesting. But very direct question, very direct answer. If you were promoted to the Minister of the Youth Participation tomorrow, what you would do, knowing all this?
Give more voice to youth.
Yeah. Amen.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much. Okay, now we can applaud and let you go. And of course, dear participants, and maybe dear online participants as well, use really possibility to get in touch with Sabine and Laura and really discuss their presentation and maybe ask some additional questions and discuss the topic. Well, dear friends, we have to run, and we will be running to our next presenter. And next speaker is Liene Valdmane from the European Movement in Latvia, and as well the Latvian Academy of Culture. And Liene will share her findings on current participatory practices in schools and communities. So Liene, the floor is yours, and hopefully this is going to be another very interesting and rich presentation. And I will of course cut you off when it's time. Sorry for that.
Okay, I will try not look to this side. Okay. Okay, hello for everyone. My name is Liene Valdmane, as Vilis mentioned before, and I'm an educator. And I'm in love with civic education more than 10 years. And as you know, speak about law is easier in native language. But today we must speak in English, therefore I will do my best now, because law and language is very very, very common things actually. But okay, it's hard to manage all stuff here, but I will try. Okay, my presentation will be about very practical things, and the main answer will be why we can't solve the challenge of youth participation in Latvia just with tasty pizza or influencer as event main host in events. Because usually we heard such answers, okay, just buy pizza for youngsters and they will come, everything will be better, and sometimes it's the main answer actually. Could you change here this presentation as well, please? It's not here, it's different presentation here. Okay, let's start with answers how we speak about youth participation, because our stories about youth participation actually shape our perspectives and influence our mindsets about that. The topic of youth participation in Latvia most often comes up to public when some things based with elections happen. For example, low participation rate in elections, then we start to speak about youth participation. The same happens where some hot survey data is on table. Then we speak that some similar as clickbait headlines, for example, extremely low participation, youth are depressed, Latvian youth have lower results than Estonian ones, and etc., etc. We are speaking like clickbait media, actually. Next narrative is based on emotions of adults. For example, we hear such sentence, we are trying so hard, they underestimate it. Most often these are interviews and stories about projects and activities in which active teachers and youth workers have taken a leading role organizing events, but young people have not participated so actively as they wish. Then we heard that, of course, they are ungrateful youngsters. We are giving everything, but they are not happy with that. How we can work together, why it's important, etc., etc. It means that we are like angry to youngsters sometimes, and we are showing it in mass media and writing about that. Next part. Youth organizations and politicians, youth workers as well, sometimes we are saying, okay, let's make some more narrative participation mechanisms and so we will solve all problems. But I think everyone understands that with new mechanisms, we can't solve all problems. We can make more and more mechanisms, but actually to looking now to our law and as Randa mentioned, all this system, we have enough mechanisms. We need to understand how to use them and empower our possibility to use them actually. Next story, which is very, very wide. we always try to explain all our problems with past. For example, you know, we are post-Soviet country. It's hard to change mindset in 1 year, but actually there is a lot of years actually spent on that. And mostly we are saying, okay, we will try, but it's hard because our past is like this and that. Therefore, this narrative is not good as well. Of course, once more story is old school story, as I call it. For example, these stories are full of naivety and logical errors. We are saying when we were growing up, it wasn't like that. We did what we were told, and look how well we turned out. And we are saying, okay, we can do like this. Our youth was, and everything will be okay. But of course, we understand that it's a logical error, actually. And certainly, we could define several other types of stories, but in my experience, these are the most striking ones on the topic of youth participation. Remember that these stories about youth participation mostly are created by adults. Of course, there is also good news about individual examples of youth participation, but these are like a drop in the ocean. Next question. Is how youth participate. It's very important, not only about what we are talking about it, but how. Continue with the analysis of youth participation and focusing on young people, I would like to define 3 types of participation. This is not a theory, it comes from observation in my practitioner life. First one, using existing participation mechanisms at school and municipality. As mentioned before, it's school parliament, youth council, brilliant way for activists. Problem, same young people are everywhere. They are participating in all projects and they are the same youngsters actually. Second mechanism or area. Youngsters participate in some projects or activities which comes from outside. For example, some project, some NGO coming with idea, let's make a project, you will participate on that, but actually it's never authentical because youngsters must do things which is yearly written by adults because it's budget, it's some results, what must be achieved, etc. Here I put one example from NGO Delna, who organized a lot of school budget participation budgeting projects, and as you can see, they give some money, and youngsters can spend this money on problems what they want to solve. And you understand that these first 2 levels or models are not the best one. Best one is next one, 3rd model, because as I wrote here, 3rd son of the father always turns out to be the right one. And 3rd model is this authentical participation, that we give voice and responsibility at every step in school, creating opportunities for meaningful participation. It's always 2-way process, requires courage, skills and knowledge, attitudes, and minus, it takes long time. But of course, we need to go to this direction. Next, why we are speaking about values here? Because we speak about stories, we speak about mechanisms already, but actually my main answer is here. And it's answer because why pizza is not the right answer and why pizza is not working. Because my answer is that all our participation motivation starts in our minds and in our heart. And there are 3 basic keys to unlock civic engagement among young people: trust, sense of belonging, and cooperation. Let's start with trust. Trust is a value that is often discussed in Latvia because we have a catastrophically low level of trust in all levels, government, in institutions, between individuals as well, and of course it's naturally reflected at schools. In Scandinavian countries, trust is called the gold of the North, the main driving force behind the development of society. If there is no trust, there is no desire to participate. The students isolate themselves and lose their own life. Students themselves have defined in some projects how trust can be increased at schools. Top 5 values that students associate with trust at school is security, honesty, negotiation, helpfulness, and keeping promises. It gives answer how we need to work. Next value, belonging. Here you can see some data, but it's just to give example, actually. Belonging, I want to point in 2 lines. I feel like I belong at my school, and it's worrying that the sense of belonging to a school, city, or country is declining. You see 3 years and can compare it. It means that we are not belonging to our school, we are not belonging enough to our municipality or in country, and it's bad, actually. I feel needed by my school. Next topic. Yes, we can observe the same situation here. It's going down. Why sense of belonging is crucial? Because if we are not associating ourselves with community, we don't want to do anything. And it's our goal to increase belonging feeling, increase feelings that everyone is needed in this society, in our school, in our university, etc., etc. It's challenging, but without this, we can't go and next steps, actually. Next one, cooperation. Cooperation is a complex process. And when we're working with young people, we often hear, my first experience of cooperation with adults, the administration, with local government was unsuccessful and frightening. I never will do something again. It means that one small bad experience can change everything. What we see in focus groups, we see that teachers and youth workers really use position of power. We analyze language, and they often use such sentence as we try, they doing this and that. We try for them, and they don't use it. And actually, all these sentences showing that we are authorities and we trying to do something for them, not seeing them as partners, as all speakers before mentioned already. And of course, Sabine already mentioned about families and friends, how important it is, and it is so, because some of youngsters are saying that parents want good grades at school, not to see me as civic engaged person. It's more important to get a gold medal in some mathematical competition, not to be good and active civic in civic participation. Therefore, cooperation between adults and youngsters is a key. Actually, yes. I spend less, don't worry. Okay, and my last answer, what to do with that in conclusion, because I need to say something good. Every presentation today ends with some good things, actually. And for conclusion, I want to use sentence with structure if, then. And I'm not using sentence, let's chill and wait. I think it's not the best idea. Therefore, start with if, then. If we change attitudes, beliefs, narratives, and get out of echo chambers where adults between speaking that youngsters don't want, youngsters are depressed, youngsters are not enough active, then we will lay strong foundations for strengthening civic engagement among young people. If we will use every possibility to give voice and responsibility to students, then we will strengthen young people's civic engagement habits. If we will build trust, sense of belonging, cooperate, then civic engagement will become an integral part of young people's lifestyles. As one student recently said to me, when I asked question, how can I support you? She answered, don't hurt us, and we'll create an ideal world. It happens 2 days before this conference, actually. And my last message is 3 words: hope, fight, and love. Thank you. Redzi, kā es ierakstījos? Neprasa man neko.
Liene, thank you very much, and especially for these 3 beautiful, inspirational words.
2 minutes.
And 2 minutes. So we can actually open up a 2 minutes Q&A session. Maybe somebody wants finally to ask something from the audience. Really? Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. Please, dear audience, please save the moment.
And maybe some questions to Sabine and Laura as well.
Oh, maybe you can start asking each other questions.
Okay,
oh, there is a question. Fantastic. So I jump here with the microphone. Could you tell your name and then ask the question?
Hi, I'm Robert, and I would like to ask you, what is the best prime example of successful youth participation?
Thank you.
And you give 2 minutes for that.
Oh, I think there is a, yes. It's like 1.5 minutes, actually.
I think that best practice always is when you start together work on problem. You recognize problem, and maybe not you as adult, but youngsters recognize problem, and then you start solve it together. Not adults are coming with idea, okay, let's solve this in this way, and let's vote for my proposal. It's not good way, but I think it will take a long time to go to this, that we can sit together, speak about problems, find how we can cooperate to each other. But and therefore I told all this long story. We need to change our mindsets, and it's crucial, actually.
Thank you very much. I think we can stop here. Thank you. So, dear participants, it's very, these are very nice numbers because we are actually running 20 seconds, not behind, but ahead the schedule, and this happens very really. Therefore, I invite our next speaker, and to conclude this session, the next speaker will be Baiba Ķārve from Latvian Academy of Culture. And museums were actually mentioned in the beginning. I mentioned the museums, at least in the opening part. And this is exactly what Baiba's presentation will be about. And she will share insights into how museums engage young people and their communities. Baiba, the floor is yours.
So I will try to start where Liene ended her presentation, and try to tell what challenges are when you really try to implement participatory projects, and what we have to take into account and what we can or cannot. So I will base my presentation on the results of a 3-year research project on museum education. It's called MEET. And we've got a lot of insights, but as I'm also a researcher at another research project, Unframed, so I tried to find some common points for both projects, and through looking into museum experience, I will try to highlight some of the challenges which might be relevant not only to museums as institutions when working with young people in community projects, but also to other institutions, and also I guess it's relevant to school setting. So in this particular project, we were looking at participatory engagement in a museum sector, and we did it through taking a deeper look into 5 museums which worked closely and for a longer period of time with communities of young people. So we were trying to find such cases where young people were not just visitors or visitors for 1-hour museum education program, but where this relationship was for a longer period of time. I will not explain in detail about these 5 projects. You can then read also online our reports and articles, because as a result of this research project, we've got different academic and not and also applied results. But I will try to share, as I told, some of the challenges. So my title of the presentation was about participation outside school setting. But when I made the presentation, I started to think whether there is such a big difference actually between museum as outside school setting and educational institutions, because also museums are institutions with different regulations, with norms, and to be honest, they're quite rigid institutions, not so open for change and not so open for cooperation, and not so open also for cooperation with young people, which may create a lot of chaos and mess and change the plans. So actually it was not so easy to find those examples which we studied in the research project. We took educational sector in museums, which is one of the functions of museum operation, as the area which is usually recognized as most progressive and also most informal area, because there are also other functions of museums which are more strictly regulated and where this participatory engagement is much more difficult to put into practice. And actually the main question which we had to go through all the time was why participation, or why not participation? Because there are so many excuses why not to engage in participatory projects, because it's much easier to do the regular way and not to make and engage on a permanent basis and be open to all these changes participatory process can cause. As a starting point, we took museologist Nina Simon and her idea of participatory museum. And I put some quotes and also share her steps of participatory engagement in museum. And it can be compared also to what my colleagues told about this ladder of participation, because it shows step-by-step process how to get more involved in museum work, starting with simply contributing your belongings or some cultural heritage objects to museum. Then the next step, to her opinion, is collaborating with visitors, then co-creating with visitors, and the highest step on this ladder is where museum is just a host for participants and audiences which realize their own ideas in a museum space. So she calls this design from me to we, saying that it's really important if we want to get back the trust among society towards cultural institutions, that we have to engage them more and give voice to people more. And probably we can substitute word museum with some other institution, either it's cultural institution or youth center or other institution, and say and think about this change from me to we, what it can change. Just to share her ideas, she was not only theoretical researcher, but also practitioner who took over museum operation in California. Some pictures how she transformed her Museum of Art and History into living space where people really engaged in activities. And quoting from few interviews, Lina Simon, she was speaking that museum as a community hub, or just say yes strategy. If people come to you, you say yes and follow what they are proposing. She also, in one of the interviews, said, we try to have flowers around and doors open and smiling people who greet you warmly, and that's the way how you can engage with people. I also want to share some pictures of one of the case studies we did here in Latvia, which also showed, it was a very interesting example of a small municipal memorial museum near Cesis town, where they worked for several years with young people community, step by step, going up to this ladder of participation. And finally, these young people organize themselves a festival. As they explained, it's a place where grandmothers can meet punks and learn about each other's cultures. And through the interviews, both with young people who participated in these projects and also with museum management, we could see that this participatory engagement, even if we could say that it's top on this participatory ladder, it's still very carefully monitored and navigate through the needs and hopes and also fears of these young people and lack of knowledge to do things. So I chose 4 challenges to highlight what we have discussed through this research process in museums, and I hope you find it also relevant for other settings, not only museums. So the first and most important challenge we discussed many times in many of these case studies and also through research process was power dilemma. And this power dilemma is from both sides, actually. Literature says that if you want to empower someone, you have to give over the power to those young people whom you want to get empowered. And that's usually very difficult, especially in such autocratic and institutionalized setting as museums, and probably also in schools or in some other institutions. Because those people who are in power, they feel that they are experts of something, they know, and these young people don't know, which is true. They don't know probably how to manage project, how to do something, and it's mentally very, very difficult to understand that you should take this leap to giving over the power. On the other hand, museum professionals who have organized these participatory projects, they also said that it's not so easy because this community of young people, they are not ready actually to take power. You can think that, oh yeah, please come and do whatever you want in the museum, but usually it's tricky and it's very, very difficult. So the quote I put for this challenge is, I think that there is an illusion circulating in museum environments that any audience, any community is ready to take on that power. It takes very long time of working together to reach the point where one side is ready to give up that power and the other side is truly ready to take it on. So time was probably one of the key messages in this process. Where I come, of course, to the next challenge, it's more resources, because participatory engagement and participatory projects require much more resources, starting from time, because you cannot wish to do any type of project and get trust in just a few days. It takes a long, long period of time. It takes much more financial resources. It takes also different funding schemes which are more open to changes and this process where not just adults write a project application and then say, now you have to do an exhibition. No, but when you go through this process of speaking with your participants and they decide whether it's exhibition or it's a book or it's a concert or whatever, and only then you can actually use these funds, where usually project-based funding is very strict about what has to happen. That's why my quote for this challenge is, and they really want to eat all the time. We had already spent our entire catering budget in the first months. They are hungry all the time, and you want them to feel good, don't you? You submit budget changes. No one looks at them for 3 weeks. Then, after another week, they write back, unclear changes, please justify. Challenge number 3, these participatory projects require also new set of skills for those adults who are involved in this process. We witnessed many many of those involved in these projects, they thought that actually when you really reach to the point when young people trust you and they open up and they start speaking about their mental problems and wish and suicides and frustrations and different negative things and fears, these are museum professionals, or probably in other setting, for example, these are school teachers who are not ready to play this role, and this requires different set of skills. Museum facilitators admitted that they lack experience to mediate conflicts, design social interactions, address participant disengagement, for example, or navigate deep emotional attachment. The quote is, it was a tremendous experience to see them change in front of your eyes, to see them understand things they hadn't understood before, to see their transformations. And I understand that this is a significant responsibility. The uncritical trust that has been earned demands a very high standard of responsibility and ethics from everyone involved. And the final challenge I called navigate, because these different tensions and different opportunities and different contradictions also, which are provided and provoked by participatory projects, it's very difficult to navigate and requires, of course, different approach among those who organize these projects. So from example, young people among the benefits told that museum for them was a safe space. But of course, museums have also some regulations and rules, and somehow they wanted to get freedom to express themselves, and museum facilitators had to navigate through these tensions. Also, young people admitted that these projects helped them to develop civic skills and realize their individual potential. At the same time, many of them admitted that they had huge fears to enter this cooperation, to take responsibility, to make a phone call. Also, they wished to be heard, but they were afraid of not being heard. And another tension or opportunities for engagement in participatory projects was to acquire new skills and knowledge. And on the other hand, young people told that they just like to socialize, to make new friends, and that's the biggest benefit they could gain through these projects. And quote from our article, the results of this study underlines that museum content centered on emotions and senses, along with participatory designs that included not only knowledge and skill acquisition, but also free time for unstructured social activities. And that was arguably the most effective approach for building trust and creating rich and satisfying experiences for participants. And finally, I'm revisiting that letter proposed by Nina Simon, where she told that there are steps in this participatory framework. And actually, our study found that there could be, in parallel, many of these steps. It doesn't really need to take step by step, but you could, at the same time, co-create and collaborate and host what participants wish to do. And I would say that it's not from me to we, but it's me and we. Thank you.
Baiba, thank you very much. I think I could strongly agree to one of the challenges you mentioned. They want to eat all of the time, and I think so do we, right? And I'm sure that all those who are watching us online now are willing to eat as well. So I think we keep the questions and all the other maybe comments and conversations for the lunch. And please do use this possibility really to approach our speakers and presenters and really keep the discussion going. So Baiba, thank you very much once again. Well, for yes, just to give a little promotion, right? One of the parts of our conference is as well in the evening, and that starts at 6 o'clock tonight, is Nina Simon's books presentation, the Participatory Museum, and that is going to be in Latvian here in this hall. So those who has possibility to join this presentation, you are more than welcome to do that, because there will be actually this book in Latvian presented, and there is a great possibility to find out more than about all the things what Baiba was highlighting. This is from the practical point of view, but from the very practical point of view, we have reached this beautiful moment when we have lunch, well-deserved lunch, and that is going to be a networking lunch, of course. So until 1 o'clock, you have a time to eat and network and discuss. At 1 o'clock sharp, please navigate yourself towards the room or the place your session is going to be. So the one session is going to take place here, the another one is going to take place in the Zoom, and another one is in the room 207, but there are signs actually on the doors and everywhere. There are signs, so follow the signs, but just make sure that you are following the right direction. For the online viewers, you are more than welcome to join this session that will be happening here in this room. So the online part will continue until 5 o'clock. And as well, the Zoom session there is also possibility to join the Zoom session. The Zoom link could be found on Academy's webpage. Well, Labu apetīti, bon appetit, and whatever you say in English, I have no idea, but labu apetīti works well for all of us. Thank you. Dear participants, it's a really pleasure to have you back here after the lunch. Hopefully your lunch was great and networking was even greater. Dear online participants, we welcome back you as well, since we have started our parallel sessions. So at the moment there, our conference, let's say, split into the three parallel sessions, and each of them, of course, are very, very interesting. Unfortunately, if one could clone him or herself, probably we would like all to be in all three sessions, but you know, as we say, losing or choosing is losing, and sometimes we have to choose only one option and one possibility. And we are very happy that you chose this parallel session. And first, so we have actually quite intense agenda until 5 o'clock in the evening, and the sessions will be held in parts. So basically, there will be three presenters or three kind of presentation pieces, and then there will be short break, and then again 3 short break, and etc. And I will explain that later. So each of the presentation will get let's say 15 minutes, and then we hope to spare 5 minutes for question and answer session in order really to provoke as well a discussion. You know, not only the monologue from here, but also to have opinions heard from the participants themselves. So the name of the first, let's say, first chapter is Meaningful Participation, Opportunities and Expressions. And our first speakers will be Ireta Čekša and Agnes Lastovska from University of Latvia. So let's applause a little bit and welcome them here on stage.
So, hello everybody. It's my pleasure today be here. I'm here together with my colleague Agnes. She's sitting right there, and if you have some questions for me or her, so you are very welcome. So today I would like to talk about citizenship participation according to school approach and approach of students and teachers. And what I mean with civic participation, it's a social skills, and in the nowadays we recognize, according to all of events what's happening in Latvia and in Europe and whole the world, that civic participation it's very important skill for today. If you have a skill to participate, then it's a ticket to have some benefits, values, new experiences, and etc. So in the Latvian context, we have two parts of participation. The first one is formal, and here I want to stick on the school experience, something what's happening in the school, and formal experience connected with curriculum. And also that means that we have some subject in schools that is a social science in Latvia. And also we have one more project, let's say that project work, who includes community service, where the young persons can practice participation in different way. And there we come to another part, another approach, informal participation in the context of school. And I mean with informal participation like student councils, school boards, different kind of clubs, and also connected activities with municipality and also with NGO sector. So basically, that's two ways how students in schools can participate in age where they are. About civic participation at school, Latvian context continues, so we have different kind of opportunities how to participate. If we look at the municipality level, then there are several things what youngsters allowed to do, let's say that. The first one is, and I here sticking on the age 16, yeah, they can collect signatures and submit for collective submission in local government. But there is a one but, it should be connected with their needs. So they can't collect signatures about adult issues. Then it's resident council in local government law, which is mentioned. There is some activities in budget project ideas, what previously presenters mentioned. And after then, I want to highlight one interesting approach in Latvia. It's signal elections. For 16, 17 years old youngsters, participations in NGO and volunteering and international programs, who is also the part of participation in education environment. Let's go further, and our main question for this survey is how to teachers understand citizenship education and civic participation. And the aim is figure out these two concepts. What that mean? So we have study who is international civic and citizenship study. We take the main results for that. You can see the methodology approach with the purple text, and basically we collect data there and then achieve all scales and take 7 schools with good practice and take some interviews there from the teachers who are responsible for civic and citizenship education in schools. Yeah. And we do quantitative and qualitative analysis, both, mixed method. About the results from teachers' focus group interviews, here you can see the summary of sample. And I want to point out some important numbers. The first one, if you look at the number of students at the school and students who are participating in Students' Council, then we see the different numbers. What that means? That means the main idea, main result, what we saw from there, that for those schools who it's not the number of student council participation number is not connected with student number in schools. It depends of the, let's say mindset of schools and approach of schools, and we found out that for those schools who want to involve a lot of students at student council, not stick only on achievements, is more participation rate. It's one thing. Another thing, students are more open for participation, and students want to participate and be active citizens, not just participate, not just go to some events, etc., but take part in school's life. Another thing about results of student parliament and how they participate. Basically, also we hear from previous lecture that students in Students' Council participate only on some events. But our experience show, and teachers said that it's not only the events where students can participate. And it's somehow related with teachers, how active is teacher in the school and with teacher experience. That means that if teachers are active in social life, if teachers are active in school life and show the example, those students are more likely participate in different kind of activities. They have a broader view, and they have some opportunities also go abroad and get experience also from outside school, not only on the school events. Another thing about participation, we saw that those students who participate in student councils, those also participate in local community level. They are more active, and after they finish the school, they continue to participate in different kind of ways, also volunteering, also voting, also go and make some initiatives in local community. So I would like to stress out that the school is a place where we can active young citizens, but it's depend of the teacher. Another one thing, what comes from student parliament is a form of citizenship participation, and we figure out that there is two sides. One side is participation, and another side is activities what develop students by themselves. And it's very important, give free space for the students to figure out and think what they really like. And from focus group interviews, teachers said that there are different kind of ideas, but the most important thing is give free space and safe space for the students act and do mistakes. And actually, do mistakes is a key word for this approach. And at last, I would like to go for recommendation. And there are some for the teachers. And the first one, what I want to highlight, that teacher is the key person in the school. And the experience and the values of teacher is very important. Teacher must trust student and allowed make mistakes. And it's very important to understand how teachers understand citizenship. Because more or less we recognize in the focus groups that not very often teachers understand concept of citizenship and concept of participation. And that means that we have to continue explain what that means to participate and what is the content of citizenship. And yeah, here I stop and welcome questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ireta. Thank you very much. Very interesting findings, really, I think. And thank you for that. Yes, the floor is open for questions. We have exactly 3 minutes. Yes, and there is the first question already. So I run, and here I am.
Yeah, thank you. Can I ask a few questions? Like,
what is the view? What do you mean? How much are
3?
3, okay.
Can I? Okay. Hello, I'm Anna, youth worker from Jēkabpils. I had one question. From which region were these schools participating in this?
Okay, we did stratification in our sample. So different kind of areas, rural, city and capital city, and also different kind of places from Latvia. So I would like to say that that was a representative sample as much as it's possible in qualitative study.
Yeah. And did these school councils had any additional budget for their activities, or they had some money from the school or from projects? Do you know?
There are some schools. I remember in one city there was a school where they have budget, but they are still very challenging with budgets because, there are not separately budgets for the school councils. But still there are very smart teachers who had some projects, and from projects or from some proposals from local governments, they get some money, but not all of the schools, of course.
And last one, do you know if these schools or the student parliaments cooperated with their youth workers in their region?
Not all of them. They try, but I think this is a weak point for the schools because they don't build strong relationship between young organization and schools. Otherwise, they try to build some relationships with the local government and school.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other very quick question and very quick answer? There is a question, yes, a quick one. And
hello, I'm Robert, and I would like to ask, how could we educate these teachers in terms of citizenship and all?
Mm-hmm. Excellent question, isn't it?
Excellent question. I think we start in the school level, when the students don't know what kind of profession they will choose. Because the concept of citizenship and citizenship skills is not only for the teachers, it's for all societies. That means that we don't stick citizenship skills and citizenship education level on teacher profession, but we stick it on a whole society in each of us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we move forward, and the next presenters will actually be a trio, a group of trio. So it's Brigitte Medne, Arturs Pokšāns, and Vendla Sharper. And as I understand that one of your colleagues will be online, right? So it's fantastic. Hi, great to see you. And youth involvement in decision making. So it's a logical continuation, I think, of the topics we have already discussed. But the floor is yours, or the microphones are yours, actually. Let's applause.
Oh, and we don't see them. Okay, hi everyone. So we are here representing a research that looks into different mechanisms how young people are involved in decision-making in national agencies. When you talk about national agencies here, those are institutions that coordinate programs such as Erasmus Plus and European Solidarity Corps. and our research explores how young people are involved in them. Oopsie. But looking at you here, that most of you are involved in some sort of research when it comes to youth participation, we were thinking that instead we were maybe pay more attention to the process of this research and the roles involved. We have shifted a bit. We have the principal researcher here who will speak slightly less than the rest of us. And there's me, Brigitte, who's youth participation coordinator and one of the responsible people of one of the mechanisms explored in this research. And there's also Wendla, who will speak a bit later. And they're one of the co-researchers, young people involved in the process itself. But it's not just us involved in this. This slide is in no way for you to try to understand all the complexity of people involved in this. But what we thought is important to mention is that whenever we talk about youth participation or youth involvement in decision making, it's not happening by itself. There's so many other people, so many other institutions involved in any of the mechanisms that we're doing. For example, when it comes to involvement of young people in decision-making of national agencies, they're not making decisions in silos either. They're affected by European Commission, they're affected by different strategic partnerships they're a part of, they're affected by other target groups of their activities, which is not always just young people. Or when we talk about young people themselves, the ones involved in different mechanisms and the ones being part of different projects are not always able or even shouldn't represent all of the young people, whatever that means as a group. And when it comes to this research, in the middle, or in the corner, there's us as an institution that was asking for the research to be done, but we're also a part of the research process and a part of the mechanisms to be looked into. So it's all intertwined into each other and all affecting to each other. And as with other mechanisms, it's all a bit more complex than might seem from the first glance. Now, how did we get here? We were guided by a strategic document, which is often helpful. It can also sometimes be limiting, but in our case, it was helpful. We were guided by youth participation strategy, which, in addition to emphasizing that people in their Erasmus Plus projects and European Solidarity projects should remember participatory mechanisms and processes, the document was saying that the institutions themselves should listen to the target groups, should listen to the young people, and should involve them in decision-making. How to do so is a bit more complex, so that's why it was one of the reasons we proceeded with this research. Before that, we did a mapping that explored different mechanisms, how young people are involved. We also chose to do different inspiration stories, but what we identified is that there were several gaps. Ironically so, the voice of young people was not listened to in the previous research, so it gave us a bit of a missing image there. What we were also not listening to was the management of different institutions. So in order to make it more strategic and sustainable, we had to involve all these different sides. So this research looked into 5 different cases of youth involvement. They were very different among each other in order to make them inspiring or relatable in the end. We used applied qualitative research, which had 16 interviews with direct representatives or so-called adults, coordinators of different involvement mechanisms, and there were also 6 interviews with the young people involved in the cases. And we also tried to organize a workshop where young people involved could discuss the results and have a final say if this represented what they were saying before. And those cases were as follows.
I hope you can hear me and maybe then see me. So I will give you a short look at the cases that we observed. So there were 5 case studies that we conducted, and each showed a different way of involving young people in decision making. 4 of the cases were based at different national agencies, the Estonian one, the Latvian and the German one, and 1 was based at the International Resource Center Salt to Participation and Information. And the cases varied in their goals and types of youth involvement and also in the profile of the young people that participated. Youth involvement took place over different time periods, and the extent of young people the extent of young people's influence on the decisions actually differed accordingly. And in one case, for example, the young people had no previous experiences with the Erasmus Plus or the European Solidarity Corps program, while in the others, the participants already had background experiences. These differences made it difficult to directly compare the cases in terms of how meaningful the youth involvement was, but on the other hand, it was super important to us to observe this variety of opportunities that already exists. I won't have time to present each case individually now, but you're very much invited to look them up in our paper. So what makes this research really special is that it is not only about youth involvement, but that youth involvement was part of the research process itself. We were 3 young people, all with backgrounds in youth participation, that were involved as co-researchers at different stages of the research process. As a kickoff, we received an interview training, and afterwards we took part in preparing the research, developing the general methodology, designing the interview guidelines, and also conducting interviews in the end. And while the interviews with the agency representatives were mainly carried out by the main researcher, we, the 3 young co-researchers, conducted the interviews with young people to ensure a peer-to-peer approach and also lower the hurdle to speak openly about problems or barriers in the respective cases. Some of us also contributed to transcribing the data as well as commenting on the final draft of the report. And we acted depending on our individual capacities and interests, and could choose how much and in which stage we want to be involved, which I really liked. A broader group of young people, as Brigitte already mentioned, has additionally been involved via events where the data was also gathered through workshops and discussions. However, the young co-researchers did not participate in the coding and the analysis process of the data. And for me, for example, that created a sense of distance from the final outcomes. When I, for example, read and commented on the final draft, I found it difficult to connect with many of the main findings, as I didn't have this overall picture up until that point. And that also highlights one of the major challenges with when working with several young researchers remotely, because the different time frames of the research and the different schedules and capacities of the co-researchers made it nearly impossible to include all research participants in every step of the process. And as a result, knowledge hierarchies can emerge, and some team members may feel like losing this overarching aim or lacking the bigger picture. And ultimately, these limitations can reduce the participatory character of the research. And for us, that raised some important questions, like how can we ensure collective ownership of the results and participatory research? And also, how can we acknowledge and work within these limitations while still following this truly participatory approach? And that also leads us to some other challenges and ethical considerations that appeared. Besides following all ethical standards of data protection regulations, this peer-to-peer approach made it quite difficult to fully maintain the anonymity of the interview partners. Even though the co-researchers did not interview young people from their own committees, they nevertheless work within similar structures on European level, so the chance of meeting again in some other settings is quite high. Since the interviewees might not be as aware of the importance of protecting their own anonymity, they could unintentionally, for example, share details about their participation in the research or other sensitive information.
And from my side, as a research coordinator and responsible one for one of the mechanisms being explored, there were also a few other ethical considerations and some research dilemmas to juggle. I would recognize the importance of not affecting the results. At the same time, I had a sort of a picture of what other national agencies are asking for and what they would benefit from this research. So balancing this in the process was interesting. or the fact that we need to be able to use the results for encouragement instead of punishing or shaming the involved institutions also had the potential to affect the results. And in the process, I would try to balance this role, and I would try to stay out of the conversations where young people who are involved in my young people involvement mechanism, I would try to stay out of those conversations, or I would try to recognize, whenever I would talk with the researcher, I would try to recognize my own bias, but how much can I actually juggle these different roles? And also, when it comes to our needs from this research, it was important to have the diversity of the cases included, but as Wendla was already mentioning, it actually provided some complexity for the research itself. How can you actually compare, sort of, or how can you look at the diversity of these cases and not ignore the complexity of them? And how, in general, do you recognize the power imbalance and the importance to shift the script towards young people's voices, at the same time recognize that the target group of the research and the people who have to actually make a change are national agencies, so how they should be involved in this process themselves. So we'll not go through all of the challenges and all of the solutions mentioned in the research. You're welcome to read it yourselves. It's also not a long read and quite an exciting one, if we can say so. But some of the challenges identified we also saw in the research process itself. For example, as Wendla mentioned, the busyness of everyone involved, not just the young people as co-researchers, but also the coordinators of the mechanisms and the professionals involved in the national agencies. We also see this deeply embedded idea that young people's involvement has to be voluntary. We represent it as something where they gain skills, but in the end it's actually inherently unfair. And we use their work in our processes and we don't even remunerate them. So this was something we would have to try to balance and implement, but in the end it's still not widely spoken about. The professionals referred also to difficulties of implementing the changes across the institutions and some of the structural constraints. And what some of you mentioned, there's also a lack of trust, which we could see in the research process itself, but in institutions and mechanisms where probably due to experience of tokenism and not being heard, young people were hesitant to actually be a part of different of these mechanisms. And some of the solutions that we offer, or the research offers, is creating a safe and supportive environment. What was interestingly, in contrary to our initial assumption that everything has to be systemic and youth involvement has to be across all of the agency, young people actually referred to the personal relationships with the specific coordinator of their mechanism to be sometimes even more important, which connects to one of the outcomes that we encourage to develop even small-scale youth involvement mechanisms instead of going immediately with wide-scale institutional approach. And throughout this process, it's important to consider the barriers that young people face and to try to recognize who should we ask to be around this table and how the table should look like. And instead of only focusing on young people and empowering them and encouraging them, we should think more about how do we implement the young people's ideas and how do we give feedback back to them.
So I get a minute or less?
Let's say less, but...
Less.
But
sure.
It's okay, you can have a minute.
Okay, no, it's fine. Yeah, so I was a researcher, and quite consciously we decided that I'm going to step back also here, because to show that as researchers we can give it up. We can give up the control, give it to young people, give it to other people involved to show that participation can be realized. So that was, I think it worked out pretty well. Wendla and Brigitte, as usual, did an awesome job. So I'm here to kind of suggest what else can we research and where do we go on from here. Well, yeah, one of the things that certainly popped up a lot, and Brigitte already kind of talked about that, was the fact that the same issues you're going to have with youth participation are the ones you're going to have when doing the research. So that is one of the things to take into account. To what needs to be researched more is this lack of impact that young people feel. We didn't necessarily find that there is this lack of impact, but what we found is that there certainly is a sense of lack of impact. And the sense of lack of impact is something that we feel could be explored, especially going into a bit more quantitative side maybe. And then, yeah, the key elements that are necessary for research to work out, for participatory research to work out, are the same that would be for involving young people in decision making. And then that would be providing care, trying, and having quite a bit of flexibility, and especially being aware that you have a young person that's ready to do research today and they're gone tomorrow, and that's okay. And then you hopefully have another young person. And that's how these things are going to go, and not getting too hung up about that. And yeah, and I think, and finally, yeah, broadly rather than particularly defined participation is key, because otherwise, again, you get very frustrated because those strictly defined forms rather usually do not work. And then we have final quote.
Yeah. Just to leave it out there that young people are partners and they're not the only ones benefiting from different kind of youth involvement mechanisms. It's the society that does. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, conference participants are our partners, at least it has been. So, questions. We have 2 minutes for a very quick Q&A session again. Sorry, but the time is time.
Hi, Christina. Thank you for the presentation and the very thoughtful research design. You explained the participatory research aspect of it, but I wonder if you could share a bit of the results of the research. So what did you find out about, or what did your young researchers find out about how young people are involved in decision-making in national agencies?
Thank you. Excellent question, isn't it? About research findings.
Yeah, today we mostly focused on the process, but yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we focused mostly on the process, but yeah, about findings then.
Yeah, these are just some of them. So the research focused on what are the challenges that young people face in these involvement mechanisms and what are some of the potential solutions. So what both young people and the professionals were saying, that we should somehow deal with the busyness of everyone involved. At the same time, it is connected with remuneration aspect, and how do we expect young people to involve and how much time do we expect them to dedicate to these youth involvement mechanisms. And there was also this idea of young people recognizing that their opinion maybe doesn't always matter in terms of the scale of the entire national agency, but then also national agency representatives would not be able to affect all the decisions. So there's a lot of challenges. Yep.
Yeah, and on the other side, solution side, I think what we should emphasize is the significance of small-scale mechanisms, because this wasn't something that people necessarily directly said, that, but this was something that appeared, that people kept talking about. We need these big structures to change, but when you saw what was described as good methods, when you saw where things worked out, where all sides were happier and things were progressing, these were the cases where people actually implemented mechanisms. Small mechanisms, but the ones that were actually working, instead of trying to write a long document that supposedly changes something but doesn't really leave a direct impact.
Thank you very much. And yes, so we can give a round of applause to Brigitta Arthursen-Wendla. And again, if you have more questions, please approach the presenters later, and or find them for the online, our online participants. Find them online as well and ask them all the questions you have. That's allowed. Well, to conclude this round of the presentations, we invite now Paula Cukura from Riga Technical University, and she will be talking about student campaigns reshaping universities. I think very, very interesting and promising headline. So, Paula, the microphones and clickers are yours, because sometimes I wonder how can you give really physically floor to somebody? It's rather hard, isn't it? Well, Paula, go ahead.
Labdien! Labdien, welcome everyone. Thank you very much for having me, and I really love how this program kind of builds up block by block. So the presentations are complementing, and I'm very happy it's also closed this section. And yes, I am Paula Cukur, and predominantly I spend most of my time lately in the Science and Innovation Center at Riga Technical University, working with social innovations. Yet, for the past 9 years, I've been involved with various social and environmental justice movements and working with various non-governmental organizations here in Latvia and also internationally. Therefore, I will use this opportunity to not to present a scientific paper, but rather to talk to you as students and as a scientific community, and also various other stakeholders that I also saw are online and also in the audience here. And I see my presentation. Perfect. But you don't. Yes. So, where are we? So universities are getting criticized for their silence, as we heard from the rector also, that democracy dies in silence. So criticized for the silence in the face of intersecting climate, social, and political crisis, thus deepening these issues. And as the international community is calling that unless those best placed to understand the issue, so the scientists, the research and the teaching community, unless they behave as if this is an emergency, we cannot expect the public to do so. Therefore, instead of remaining neutral, higher education institutions are called upon to engage, to address these critical issues to the level that matches their importance. And that's where also my title comes from, Strike to Strategy. So not, of course, striking is important. And also protesting is a great form of civic participation. But moving a step further and using, implementing strategies, so planned actions for a larger systemic change. And so I will draw on some interesting inspiring examples from 2 global student-led campaigns that are reshaping universities. And those are these: the case of plant-based universities and donut economics campaign. So, what is Plant-Based Universities campaign? It started in late 2021 in 3 quite prestigious UK universities, led by grassroots activists. And the cause is super simple. Students got frustrated about the lack of consistency in the universities, meaning that research that universities are creating, publishing, did not match the reality on the campuses, the practices and actions implemented in the university. So these universities were publishing and research on drawing the emerging climate crisis and drawing direct link to the food systems, and stating that yes, indeed, animal farming and the industrial agriculture is one of the lead causes of a climate crisis. And students could not understand how is it possible then you publish this research and then you do not implement these actions in life. So the campaign call to action is quite simple. It's transition to 100% just and sustainable plant-based catering in the university canteens. And in the last 4 years, there have been more than 20 wins in various universities across Europe, and also there are ongoing campaigns in over 70 universities across 9 countries. So growing really fast and demanding this action from universities. And the other case, the donut economics campaign, before I get into that, I felt like I should probably tell you or show a bit what is the donut economics in the first place. So it's built around the donut of social and planetary boundaries, which is basically a comprehensive sustainability framework with a holistic approach that takes into account the social foundation, so the needs, various needs for people to live a good life, and with the respect of planetary boundaries. So it's the United Nations Sustainable Development Social Goals connected with climate research. And so the donut economics is basically a set of principles and kind of a mindset shifting perspectives on how to get the humanity into the safe and just space where every human has their basic needs met in the available resources on the planet. And well, the global data doesn't look so good, so we have quite a lot of work to do. There are many people falling short on life essential needs, while we are dramatically overshooting the life supporting systems on Earth. But as Laura and Sabine said earlier this morning, that pupils and students, they care about their education and self-expression predominantly, and not so much about environmental and social causes, which of course I took a bit personally. But what does it tell us? It tells us that, of course, then the educators and the researchers and the academic staff should bring this topic to the classroom, which is exactly what the Donut Economics campaign is all about. It was started early this year, so it's very fresh, by Rethinking Economics, which is a global student movement asking for a curricular change. And the campaign is developed together with the Donut Economics Action Lab, which implements, creates tools and gathers a community of different practices around the ideas of Donut and around the mission to bring the humanity in the safe and just space for all. So the cause is very simple. Economic education that is fit for the 21st century. So education that gives the students the knowledge and the skills in order to understand how we got here in this social and climate situation and how to get us further and how to deal with it and tackle. And so the call to action, again, looks quite simple on the paper, is to introduce a module to the curricula that provides students with learning on critical perspectives on ecological economics. That's like an umbrella term. So recognizing the planetary boundaries and reflecting on how we can build a society that works for all people. And in general, Rethinking Economics has been working with this for about 10 years, and as you can see also with quite good results. And lately also investing quite a lot in training the new campaigners and the students in order to run their own campaigns in universities, similarly as the plant-based universities does. So I had a great opportunity to interview some of the global leaders of these campaigns, grassroots organizers, very similar as I am, and to ask them predominantly two questions. One is what kind of skills and knowledge or personality traits students need in order to run a campaign. That's one. And second, what would they say at the scientific conference on youth civic participation? What would be their message to the audience? And so here are a few key takeaways from these interviews. So, in order, what student campaigners need? Well, first of all, everyone emphasized the growth mindset. So what does it mean? It's both the understanding that you can be the change leader and also the maker. The change is possible, and how we know it, because we have so many good examples already out there. They emphasize the necessity of a feedback culture, which means openness to failure and willingness to learn from it. So experimenting, testing, trying out different approaches, and allowing yourself to fail, but then also learning from it. And also seeing the growth opportunities within the initiative and the campaign or their institution. Another thing that was emphasized was an allyship, meaning for the academic and administrative staff in the universities to use their power, position, or privilege to uplift others. So supporting these causes from the pressure, let's say, or the initiative coming from the students. And also, of course, it was emphasized many times today that allyship is also just listening and giving space. And so allyship comes before mentorship, so allowing the bottom-up approach to nurture and not to make it a top-down coming from the administration of university. And of course, having a feeling they have an influence and they are being heard, which was emphasized many, many times today. One of my personal main takeaways from looking closer, deeper into these movements was this kind of a mantra from the plant-based universities, is that it takes only 3 to start a campaign. Only 3 people is completely enough to enroll in a training or start to organize and mobilize around the cause that is important for you. And there are, of course, various steps on how to implement the campaign. I will not go into much detail. The resources are available online, and also a training available for students and also academics alike. And to close with some reflection questions for individuals and institutions, I would like to ask for how does your research, teaching, and practice support these growth mindsets of the young leaders, the students out here and elsewhere? How does this research foster sustainable transition and nurture bold and brave ideas to be applied? And similar questions goes to institutions about their governance, strategy, and curricula, and including how does institutions provide easy access, open spaces for students to gather non-formally, where these pizza parties take place, and also supporting honesty and openness to failure in the first place. And of course, we need radically ambitious creativity in order to being able to nurture these bold and brave ideas to be applied and experimented with. And I would like to close also with a quote from one of the co-founders of the PBU, a student, just like many people in this room. So what side of the history you want to be on? Thank you very much, and see you all tomorrow, 7 p.m., Doma Square. Be there or be square for this.
Paula, thank you very much, and thank you for sparing as well some time, not only for the QR codes, but also for questions and maybe some reflections and everything else. Well, dear participants, now it's your possibility. It's like a once-in-a-lifetime possibility, basically, to ask a question.
It's not.
In this, no, but in this particular moment, in this particular conference, in this particular room, for this particular speaker, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to ask something or to comment on something, or probably it's allowed as well to say you completely disagree with something, and that is okay as well, right? Or maybe not. Well, we'll see that. But do we have any reflections? Yes, we do. And I'm sorry, we do not have a prize for the person that asks the most questions. But maybe we'll fix something for later.
How sad.
Yes, well, do you have time for that? Yes, please.
How did you find out about these campaigns, or how did you got involved with them?
I'm a passionate donut supporter. It came to me actually to Riga Agency of Energy, not sure how it's called in Latvia. So one of the leading environmental organizations in Latvia called Zaļā brīvība, Green Liberty, was developing sustainability portrait of Riga. So basically, how does Riga look on the here in the donut? So this is also a report available online, and so that's somehow this topic got into my life. I also wrote my master's thesis on testing various these donut economic action lab provided the resources on how to host different workshops, how to talk about these issues. So I got very passionate, as I personally strongly believe that this is like the top topic to talk about, is like how to improve quality of life for all people within the environmental circumstances we are in. And about plant-based universities, honestly, I think I just saw it on LinkedIn and I was like, yes, this is happening. As I also love animals and yeah, I'm kind of in this algorithmic space.
Thank you. Can I ask you a question as well?
No, let's go.
Okay. I'll use my position. So if you were talking about campaigns and the idea it takes only 3 people to start a campaign or a movement, what is the campaign you have always dreamed about? What would be, if you would have like enormous power of campaigning, you know, or whatever the power would be, what would be the campaign about you would like to do?
This is an excellent question. And honestly, if I were a student again, I really love the plant-based university cause and goal. And I would look into this on how to transforming food system. Yeah, as one of the leading climate causes, but of course it comes also together with morale and ethics and social justice, because animal rights is also human rights, and how we perceive others and how our actions influence others. So that would be my call.
Thank you very much for your actually quite personal answer. I think that was. But thank you. We thank Paula for the presentation. And I think you got not really... Yeah, you were talking about plants. So there is a plant actually for you waiting. Thank you so much. Well, dear participants, this is the moment of break. That means that we have deserved a short break of 30 minutes, and also dear online participants, this applies also to you. We see each other at 2:30, 14:30. Sharp, of course, and then we will have another round of presentations under the headline Culture and Arts as the Environment for Youth Participation. Sounds very interesting. See you 2:30 back here. culture and arts as the environment for youth participation. And as a first speaker, we invite Susanne Keuchel. I hope that my pronunciation was at least somewhere close. And Susanne will talk about Youth Lab on the Culture Path in the Weimar Triangle. Very interesting. So Susanne, the floor is yours, and thank you for joining us. And we can rise in energy a little bit. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Susanne Keuchel. I'm working at the Genshagen Foundation. The Genshagen Foundation is located near Berlin and is working at the interface of culture and policy, and with a special focus on the Weimar Triangle, so Poland, France, and Germany. Today, I want to report on a model project for effective youth culture participation, the Youth Lab on the Culture Path in the Weimar Triangle. So this Youth Lab was supported by Franco-German Youth Office, the German-Polish Youth Office, the German Federation for Culture Youth Education, the Hippocrene Foundation, and the Genshagen Foundation. In my presentation, I want to focus on the one hand on the structure of the youth laboratory and necessary framework conditions for successful participation, and on the other hand on identifying success indicators for culture participation of young people. So what are the challenges for young people's participation in the culture sector? And I think we heard already a lot of challenges. And of course, culture policy and politics in general are dominated by older population groups, especially in Germany. And the same is for the management of culture institutions. And we already also heard participatory processes for young people often end up as pseudo-participation. And there are several reasons. For example, young people are not integrated into existing power structures, and they are not given in-depth knowledge of practical framework conditions. So what about the structure of our youth laboratory, how we try to ensure real participation? The idea of the Youth Lab in the Weimar Triangle was to engage young people with a specific culture policy issue, in this case, the culture card or culture pass, under representative policy decision-making conditions and invitation of decision-making politicians. So some background to this specific culture policy measure that was in the center of the Youth Lab, the culture card or culture pass. The idea behind the culture pass was to strengthen young people's culture participation by an app that enables young people of a certain age to invest in culture assets or attend events using a credit provided by the government. So, which models exist in the Weimar Triangle so far? I would say France is the mother or father of the culture card with a Pass Culture that exists since 2021 and addresses age group 15 to 21 years who have French citizenship or live in France. They can registrate on an app that allows access to credit for culture goods and activities. And additional, they have this concept of young culture pass ambassador who are responsible for promoting the app among young people. According to an evaluation 2024, for example, 15-year-olds received 20 euros and the 18-year-olds, for example, even 300 euros by this culture card. In Germany, the Kulturpass existed since 2023, and was adapted from the French model, so it works really similar, but only addressed age group 18-year-olds who lived in Germany, and also the money the young people received are not so high as in French in this 18-year-old group. So, for example, 2023, 200 euros, 2024, 100 euros. Yes, and in Poland, there is a discussion going on to introduce the culture pass. So, what does it mean to work under representative policy decision-making conditions? How we try to manage it? First, we choose a very representative location, the Genshagen Castle, which was or is a meeting place for politicians of the Weimar Triangle. Second, we increase the attractiveness of participation through combining the youth lab with an international youth exchange. So we invited a similarly young person from France, Poland and Germany to the youth lab. When we looked for different backgrounds by the participation, so for example, that we have different educational backgrounds, and it was also important for us because we talked about a culture participation to invite not only people from urban areas but also rural areas. Then third, we gave background information from culture policy experts to the young people. So they had the possibility to visit culture institutions and had discussions with culture mediators. There was a Polish expert who was reporting on the culture participation of young people in general. Experts from France and Germany reported on the culture card models in their respective countries. Yes, and the fourth point was that we provide simulation translation to eliminate language barriers. And we invited decision-making politicians who are responsible for the culture cult models in their countries. So the young people had at the end of the youth lab the possibility to present their ideas and results to decision makers and had a joint discussion with them. To make it sure that the politician was participating at this youth lab, we also make it more attractive because we give them also additional space for exchange within the Weimar Triangle without the young people. Yes, here are some pictures, impressions of the youth lab. This video was done of one of the participants. Yes, and here you see the participant of the youth lab. And now the very interesting questions. What about the recommendation that have been developed for more young culture participation by the young people regarding the culture card? So many recommendations regarding the culture card was concentrating on making culture more accessible and barrier-free. So, for example, by displaying accessible events in the area using geolocation and maps. And, for example, really interesting, taking into account different forms of disabilities, for example, visual impairment or people who are sitting in the wheelchair should know if it's possible to take part or not. or by making, and this is also a very important point, free events more visible. The Culture Pass is directed to offers that cost money, but the young people underline that it would be very helpful also to list existing free offers in the culture card, so the use of the culture card will be still possible if the credit is used up. And many recommendations regarding the culture cards was concentrating to empowering young people to participate in shaping culture and its offering. So some recommendation regarding the culture card ambassadors. So it would be helpful to strengthen the visibility of the young ambassadors by offering regular regional networking and exchange opportunities for ambassadors, by facilitating regular exchange between ambassadors, decision makers and implementers, and by forming a Culture Pass advisory board from the circle of Culture Pass ambassadors to advise on the further development and design of the culture card. But it was not only concentrate on the culture card ambassadors, there were also recommendations empowering young people in general to participate in shaping culture. So, for example, by developing dialogue and exchange formats between culture providers and representatives of the target group of young people, by allowing young visitors to rate culture offerings in the app with peer-to-peer feedback, by allowing young users to post events themselves in the app, and by displaying job openings for culture events in the app, for example, volunteer work. Yes, and the last group of recommendation was focused on enabling young people to be part of a community, or with other words, to change the app into a secure social network by creating personalized publicity visible profiles in the Culture Card app, by providing a Join Me button that allowed interested parties to network via chat and arrange to participate in culture events together, and to support it by introducing group discounts for events. Yes, so what has happened so far with the results of the Youth Lab, which took place in March 2025? So the question, how meaningful was it? In Poland, the government organization in the culture sector invited especially the Polish participant of the Youth Lab to a second conference in Poland to further discuss the implementation of the culture card in Poland. France has adopted the principle of the Youth Lab to empower culture ambassadors and give young people more opportunities to participate and shape their culture. And in Germany, the Culture Pass was discontinued due to a change of government in Germany. But the government is currently considering revising the app and taking measures to raise awareness of existing free culture visits for young people, and even to create more new additional free offers for young people. So I come to my final conclusion of the Youth Lab. The framework of the Youth Lab has made it possible that young, diverse people were recruited for the Youth Lab in a, I must say, really very short time. In about 2 weeks, we nearly got 200 applications from 3 countries for 18 places, I must say. The diversity of the group and the framework led to high motivation within the group. They really worked day and night. Young people reported that they experienced a high level of self-efficacy through the youth laboratory. And for this reason, we would recommend for culture youth participation processes really to address concrete upcoming culture policy measures to ensure relevance for the implementation of young people's proposals, to involve decision makers so that young people can discuss their recommendation with them in person, create attractive framework conditions because, and we heard it already, young people contribute to the development of policy guidelines with their voluntary time resources. And I think the most important thing, the development of sustainable models for the cultural participation of young people is only possible with the participation of young people. And the last point, how can we strengthen the culture policy? So my last point is here the first point, only with the participation of young people. But of course, there are some other key points. So information and communication channels for young communities are different and must be addressed accordingly. Young people don't want to participate as individuals, but rather to attend culture events together with other young people. And young people are not only consumers, but also producers of art and want to recognize equally in both roles. Thank you for your attention.
Suzanne, thank you very much. Let's see if we have any questions, and very hopefully we do. Yes, we do have questions, and thank you very much for being constantly active, participating, right?
I had a question. Do you know approximately how many young people did this culture pass reach? How many people used it?
I know it from France because they had long experience. At the moment in France, it's around 90%, so it's really high. In Germany, they had only with 2 years, and I think it was under 50%, yes, because it needs time, yes, to make it more popular. This was all the reason why they involved young people to make it popular.
Thank you. Another question?
What were the requirements to get in this program other than the age requirement?
It was for us really important to have a diverse group, yes, because we had only 18 places, but we want to have a perspective from different minds. So as I already said, we looked that we had people with different educational background, which was really important, but also because we know that in the culture participation, it's different if I live in a big city or in rural areas, so we invited both people from both location, and also other issues of diversity we was looking for.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay. Two were actually, that's kind of good score, I think, for for such a late afternoon. But Suzanne, thank you very much. Can I ask you a question, maybe completely out of maybe your topic, but still about youth participation? What is the idea or maybe some thought that really catched you during the other presentations and the morning session? What you would bring for yourself from this conference?
I think we see this difficult in the framework of participation, and this was also we thought about when we make this idea. Yes, you want to have participation, but then you have to give things away. Yes, we had learned it. But in this culture field, for example, we are working with cultural heritage and all these things. So you need a clear framework. Where are the red lines, for example? And I think you have to discuss it before you start with participation. Often you invite people and say, okay, give your ideas. And then they came with ideas and said, oh no, this is really not possible. So be transparency.
Yes, thank you so much. It's a very, I think, very important point, really, to set those red lines. For example, your last slide was, this castle, and for instance, somebody comes up with an idea, let's change the color of the facade, but probably that's the historical one, right? So maybe that could be that red line you mentioned.
Yes, of course, but we have to discuss it together, yes? If you discuss with young people which cultural heritage you want to give to your children, then you have a base for discussing, and then you can make red lines together with young people even, yes? But you have to talk before you give space, where are the red lines? I think this is really important.
Suzanne, thank you very much for being with us today, and we can applaud. Yes, thank you. And dear friends, we continue with Jeanette Eglite from Danish Cultural Institute in Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. And the name of the presentation is very interesting because it says Civic AF, and I still could not really find what AF is anyway, but cultural and creative industries as a pathway to authentic youth participation, exactly what we're talking about here during the holidays, authentic youth participation. So Jeanette, welcome, and the microphone and clicker and also the floor, if you would like to say, that is yours.
Great. And actually the first question probably about what the Civic AF means is as future. So I will talk about the future also, and so how it would be more, I think, like this. Yes. Okay, yeah, I think I will do it like this. Yes. So my name is Jeanette Eglite, and I'm wearing two hats because I'm the PhD candidate, first of all, at the Latvian Academy of Culture, and second, I'm the Research and Development Advisor of the Culture and Creative sector in Danish Cultural Institute in Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. And I would like to present a project and some learnings about the Civic AF, or Civic as Future. How can cultural and creative industries have this authentic youth participation? And when we talk about design, creative and cultural industries and youth, we understand that it's one way how to work with youth programs, how to develop these programs in order that they are not boring, they are actually relevant, they involve creativity and culture, and this is really co-creation with the target audience, what we have. How we actually approached this concept, or how we designed the program, is that we realized that there is a challenge of youth participation, that youth really feel a bit distanced, abandoned. They don't know how to participate in civic processes, and also they just don't know where to start. And in simple words, it might be also this entering into adulthood is really challenging in some moments because you really don't know how to do that. And if we as a Danish Cultural Institute and the policymakers think about that, we need to educate youth of civic society, then we, from the other hand, understand it must be really involving and interesting. Therefore, we redefined this project as a creative design process. And I would say that this project also was a prototype, as we realized that also we learned during the process. And this is the visual, one part of visual identity, which is Civic AF. And the slogan is that future will be as I am, and I am as the future. Of course, AF, we all know, as you also mentioned before, that it catches attention. Maybe everyone would understand what does it mean, but of course, in official language, and when the ambassador of Denmark in Latvia would introduce this program, he would say as future. And we talk about things which are important in this first in our program, and also for youth, that it's resilient, strong, fearless, creative, decisive, informed, and active. And this one is like this loading. When we see banners or some pictures, at the beginning we don't understand what it really is about. Maybe the pictures are not loading, but actually it's you who is loading. And therefore we had this, how we define this challenge, that we think that citizenship or creativity is citizenship in action. And so we must create these conditions where participation would feel authentic, relevant, and creative. And as this is also academic conference, I would like to express all this process within the design process framework as we design participation. And we have this program development for youth as a design journey. We have research, we have ideas, and then we have prototypes and implementation. And in each process, we design it with a relationship between all the stakeholders and youth, experiences and learning spaces. This is a classical design framework, which is called Double Diamond. It's the UK Design Council, and we adapted it a little bit with some additional information and some details. So if we think, probably I'm a bit afraid to get away from the microphone, so I will not try not to be away. That first diamond, we have this problem or challenge space, and second, we have solution space. Which means that in this challenge space, first of all, we understand actually what problems do we have, what challenges do we have, and what could be the cause of these problems. And in this stage, we only think not only from our perspective as an institute or project implementers, but we really think of perspective, how they think, how the audience think. As in conversation, it's of course important to talk and what I think, but personally and also in my professional work, I really think that the most important thing is what the other person says. So I listen. And also this stage is listening and interviewing people and understanding where are the problems. And then we move to the next side of the diamond, which is define. So we actually identify and list these key issues. Then we move to solution space, where we brainstorm, experiment, and test solutions. And only then we deliver this ready product, which would be this narrowing focus, finding the best solutions, testing them, coming back if necessary, starting it all over again, but creating these solutions. And this process is not written in stone, as I would say. Also, just to discover a little bit this first stage, interviews with students or stakeholders, data analytics and strategy and policy analysis. This would also help students when you think of developing new projects, for example, for budgeting calls or some programs where they accept submissions for grants. When you think of this program or problem, think actually this from, first of all, research framework. And it's not only about what you want to sort of receive or to gain, but also what youth would think, what they are missing, what are those things which hurt. Then continue with mapping existing data, policy frameworks and cultural strategies. That would mean, for example, if we develop this Civic AF project into the Nordic Council of Ministers call, then we start by identifying the needs of this call, of the strategy, and also in a bigger level. If we think of some regional strategies, European Union, Nordic Council of Ministers, we think where and what could be relevant. And then only then we identify where this creativity would connect with young people and our targets. So it means that from one point of view, we have to think of all this dry, maybe not that interesting data and policies. They are not written just like that because they are really setting the framework for all these programs. And then we just combine it, to the other hand, with these youth realities. And then we have to find this translation and the process between these two completely different realities. And only then we can define those opportunities which actually connect us together. And also, how can we find the best tools which are from cultural and creative industries? And how, together with creativity and learning spaces, we actually can foster this civic activity. Then, when we have all the data gathered, all the insights, interviews, ideas, then we must start to structure these ideas into strategy and framing. which would mean we understand the needs, opportunities. We also discuss about audience segments. So we find the right problem to solve, because maybe we started also here with some challenges of environment and politics, but then during this research process, we actually discovered that it all starts with mental well-being, with the individual self-confidence, and just with the feeling that I'm okay. And only then we can start thinking of these creative development of programs. So this definition of vision includes this creativity, dignity, authenticity. And co-creating means that we talk not only with these decision makers and policy makers, but we really talk with students and with those people who matter and who will be the receivers of this program or this idea. And therefore we also develop this narrative. Because if we would say, let's be civic or something, what the, I don't know, serious old people in suits think, probably we would never reach the audience of youth. Therefore, we have to find this concept and creative ideas which actually matter to the audience. So this Ask the Audience First, it was really the game changer when first of all, we created this idea, and then we had a design workshop with students, which actually gave us completely different idea what the project would be. And we came back and thought, okay, well, that one, what we thought in the beginning was maybe incorrect or insufficient. And this conversation and co-creation with students in the audience really gave us the new challenges and new knowledge, how actually to develop this program. And then, only then we came to these creative ideas and the brainstorming and the efforts. And I would say from my experience also that if we start with brainstorming before research, it will be just brainstorming because of brainstorming, I must say. It won't take you anywhere, maybe it will, but it won't be strategic, and probably it will be much longer and harder road to reach your targets. Therefore, this discovery and definition must be before all the brainstorming and all the ideas. And what we learned here also, that we developed this communication design approach, which was visual identity, communication strategy, and storytelling. Stakeholder mapping is really big topic, which I would probably be ready to have a different presentation outside of this conference. And then we prototype the program, because we have to think what would work better, like online or on site. Do we have to have something artistic? Do we have to have psychological? Do we have to have something creative? And how can we actually, under this flag of well-being and civic AF, could bring in those targets, those strategic things which we really need, which would be environmental, sustainability, STEAM, identity, politics. And again, we iterate. And this one, implementation and reflection, is actually the thing when we are really sort of, when the things happen. I think I have okay. So, only here it was some practical design and residency when it took place. And the last thing is to reflect, to think, and to gather data in all the information. So what we learned is we learned a lot about personal contact, how important it is to have safe and inclusive spaces, how can creativity enable authenticity. We also involved practitioners, not only theoretic people, so those who have reached something in their own careers, and maybe not only linear careers, but also maybe strange ones, if it would think. Then this is our residency in Lūznava Manor, and we really tried not to lead, but really to trust and to co-create, and to learn together by having feedback and adjustment. And so I really would like to express that this creativity is not only decoration, but it's really everyday process. And this space and nature and peace really supports this learning. And if we think of artistic and cultural dimensions, you see we had a nice manner, we had this everyday creativity, interdisciplinary learnings, aesthetic approach, and also the culture was our overarching method. So I would like to invite you also to participate in the project, as we will start only This was the first stage, and there will be others with lots of learnings. And I'm ready for questions, and thank you for attention.
Janetta, thank you very much as well for the perfect timing. We have time for questions, and yes, we have a question as well. I think we should get some kind of prize during the next break, probably. Yes.
I had an interesting one. When creating the title, did you play with other names, and also did you purposefully use the AF for as future, or did it come other way around? If you understand.
Thank you for your question. Actually, we had about some 10 or more creative ideas for taglines, and it would include some future makers and some breakers and everything. If you are interested, I could show maybe later some different approaches what we had. But of course, the first one was vice versa, that we thought AF looks so good, but we should think how it actually could be sold to the embassy. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, another leader of asking the questions. This is wonderful. It's like really, really good, especially for Q&As. Like it's a basically, if I can make a comment, participants like these are every moderator's dream. Thank you so much.
I can quite imagine that this process is quite lengthy, right? To go through all of these steps. So how long did it take?
Actually, it still takes place. And if I see this slide with a design process, then this discovery process started last year, at the end of the last year. Then we developed it in the first 4 months. We just gathered data. We had those workshops and this research and strategy. So we maybe had these initial ideas, but they all evolved during the half year. Then it's all the preparation, and actually this delivery stage was like, whoa, it was 2 weeks of crazy work. It just ended the last Saturday, and I will still have this reflection phase, because we want to have alumni, we want to have peer-to-peer network, surveys, focus groups, and then we could also return to the first stage and to create the new and the next chapters. Because, for example, one idea would be to create the same Civic as past, as my 11-year-old son said, for adults, that we also need this residency for resilience, creative actions, and just peace. Thank you. More?
Thank you. Some more? Yes. Yes, there are some more.
It's not really a question, rather a comment. I loved, Jean, how you emphasized this youth insights and like asking the persons first. This is something that I also hear quite a lot from, especially movement builders and co-creators, organizers who work internationally and with different communities, that never assume you know what they want and what they need, and you can never also understand it fully until you go to their place, to their community and their locations, and observe and see what is their daily life, what they want and what they need. And so thank you for emphasizing this, and also kind of inviting the researchers to step out of their desks and go in the public together with the people. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, and you really caught this most important thing, that we very often think that we know better, but this is I think the very wrong assumption, and we must step into the shoes of others and listen more and co-create.
Thank you so much. And if I can make as well a final comment, personal one, your presentation really catched me, especially in the moment when you said like old people in suits telling something to young people. And then I thought, well, I'm not that young anymore, and I'm wearing a suit today. And then I thought maybe the thing that I don't have a tie and I have a sneakers are like saving me at the moment. But yes, but I assume that you were talking about politicians.
Yes.
Okay, that is who I am not. Thank you for that, Janette. But once again, let's give a round of applause.
Thank you very much.
And see you later, probably for more discussions and questions as well. Hopefully.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dear participants, we have reached again the final presentation of this round, and it's actually quite a group that will now step on here in front of us. And how many? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 5 people. Wow. So Lotte Katrīna Cērpa, Valts Valters Krombergs, Anete Liepiņa, Diana Meirture, Sabine Ozola from Latvian Academy of Culture, and well, their topic is a bit, I would say, interesting as well, exploring youth participation in contemporary art practices, since we talk about arts and art. So welcome, all of you. Yes, and we can give a round of applause as well. So, but dear friends, you also have 15 minutes, I'm sorry. You will be actually, where are the others?
That's a surprise for this afternoon. I think that everyone's a little bit sleepy, so surprised there are no 5 people today here, but we will represent 2 of us.
Absolutely wonderful. So the microphones are yours. So you get more time to speak then. It's maybe even for best that the others didn't show up.
Let's hope so. Yes, thank you. Sorry, I am back, but today and then this session together with colleague Diana, and we will talk about youth participation in contemporary art practices, focusing on a case study of a processual participation residency that happened this summer. We conducted this study, so together, all the 5 colleagues whose names are listed on the slide. We are all early career researchers working in the Institute of Culture and Arts of the Latvian Academy of Culture. And the paper has been developed within the project Unframed we talked about earlier. So this is one of the sub-projects we've been doing. And in this presentation, we will share how the residency model encouraged young participants to take active role in the artistic process. And I would also like to add that these are preliminary research results, and we are open to feedback that we can develop further during the ongoing research. So young people today face growing challenges related to identity, belonging, and participation, both within and beyond formal education. Participatory practices in contemporary art have increasingly been used to create space for self-expression, co-creation, and social engagement. Examining participatory art processes beyond school settings allows us to see how institutional frames from school environment, such as norms, hierarchies, and modes of participation, are reproduced, negotiated, and transformed in other environments where young people collaborate creatively. Although participatory art is often described as empowering, there is a limited empirical understanding of how such processes contribute to young people's self-understanding, agency, and their understanding of meaningful engagement in non-formal contexts. This study therefore addresses the need to explore participatory processes in contemporary art as alternative spaces to formal education for fostering young youth agency and self-awareness. So what we did, during the summer, as part of the project, we organized a creative residency in Valmiera. 2 invited artists worked together with a group of students from one local school. For 4 days, from morning until evening, the young participants and the artists spent time together, engaging in individual and group tasks, creative exercises, and also discussions. The aim was to introduce the participants to research-based artistic methods and to explore themes of graffiti and urban environment, while also encouraging them to see themselves as active subjects within different contexts. The focus throughout residency was not on creating a final process, but on the process itself, on what happens along the way, how ideas evolve, and how participants experience the transformation. During the 4-day residency, researchers, us, all 5, were present each day, carefully observing the creative process and taking detailed notes about what happened, how the young people interacted with the artists, how ideas evolved, and how the overall atmosphere evolved. In addition to observation, we also organized daily group discussions with the young people and the artists. These conversations gave us valuable insights into how participants experienced the process, what emotions and thoughts emerged, and how their sense of participation and collaboration developed over time. Together, these materials form the main basis of our analysis. And just a little bit about the theory. In our research, we combine insights from contemporary art theory and sociology. We understand contemporary art as a social process, and it's naturally connected to a sociological perspective because it deals with relationships, interactions, and shared meaning-making. Participatory art requires a dynamic collaboration between the artist, the audience, and the environment. It invites participants to co-create the artwork rather than simply observe it from the distance. From a sociological point of view, we are especially interested in how young people respond to such processes, how they navigate participation, express themselves, and negotiate agency. And being present throughout the residency, we could really see how complex and sometimes challenging this process of taking agency was for them. Moreover, many studies have shown that participation in culture and art can positively affect people's well-being, self-esteem, and emotional expression. This gave us a valuable lens for understanding not only what young people do in such processes, but also how they feel, how their emotions, confidence, and sense of self-development through participation. And now I would like to give the floor to Diana, who would share the main insights from the residency and what we as researchers saw as the key aspects of this contemporary art process.
Thank you, Sabina, and hello, everyone. So I would like to introduce you all today with 3 aspects we saw important. First, how do young people explore themselves in the process? Second one, how are the mutual relationships established during the process and how is cooperation formed? And the third one, how understanding of the meaningful engagement is established through this processuality of contemporary art practices. So, firstly, we paid attention to how young people developed awareness of one's body, emotions, and creative self. The residency and the art making was really a physical process. It involved a lot of movement and bodily awareness. During physical activities, youth expressed concerns about their endurance, joking that their youthful days were behind them. Still, they saw the tasks as a way to include physical activity in their daily life. Students also admitted that they rarely reflect on embodiment or their own sensations and thoughts. However, in the final discussion of the residency's second day, many shared insights related to embodiment. One discovered they could quickly learn dance steps, while the body shaking exercise stood out for challenging their endurance and helping them feel present in the moment. Residency was also a platform for young people to understand what their acceptable limits are. Young people showed difficulties in expressing themselves openly and defining their own role within the collective. Integrating personal identity into artistic processes for some of them felt unfamiliar and rather confusing. In moments of insecurity, laughter emerged as a social coping mechanism, masking discomfort. While some young people struggled to express themselves and integrate their identity into artistic processes, others had a clearly defined self-image that clashed with these process-oriented activities. These activities may have felt foolish or humiliating, threatening their constructed identity and leading to some even to withdraw from participation. And within the process, the participants were asked to create themselves. Although some found it uncomfortable, the youth believed in their creative capabilities. One task proposed by the artists aimed at imagining one's safe space and describing it in as much detail as possible. To several students, it revealed an ability to understand space and to visualize its precise layout in their imagination. For some, it had generally uncovered the presence of creative imagination in their consciousness and the ability to both physically depict it and describe it figuratively. Secondly, we looked at how all parties involved, young people, teachers, artists, and researchers, established relationships and how the cooperation was formed. Thinking about the interpersonal dynamics among youth, from the start, students emphasized the value of group interaction, often talking despite the activities being designed for silent or individual embodiment. One particularly expressive student led with gestures and playful contact, showing that connection among youth is both verbal and physical. This was echoed when, during a breathing exercise, a girl placed her hand on a classmate's stomach instead of her own. Recognizing the importance of such interactions, the artist chose not to intervene, aware that for 15, 16 years olds, communication, affirmation, and belonging are key. One student emerged as a natural leader, energizing the group and guiding decisions. While his influence fostered motivation, it also subtly shaped how others express themselves, affecting group dynamics and identity development. Moving on to the dynamic between artists and youth, during the process, the artists established a horizontal hierarchy with the young people, making them feel heard and equal. This created confusion among the young people about how to act towards the artists because the vertical hierarchy, common informal education, was absent from this process. Alongside this, the artists were determined to create an inclusive environment where every voice and form of artistic expression is valued equally. In doing so, the artists consciously avoided favoritism and refrained from setting clear boundaries of right and wrong during the artistic process. And this, for sure, contrasted with formal education, where pupils are assessed based on strict and rigid criteria. Thank you. Moving on to the dynamic between artists and the teacher. The teacher's uninvited involvement in the process could make artists feel doubted, as though their creative working methods were not quite accepted. This might have been evoked by the vivid contrast of the lived experiences in formal education and artistic participants-led processes, where processuality takes the leading role rather than achieving results. The teacher's involvement and uninvited communication with young people called the credibility of the process into question, disturbing the balance of power and making artists feel pushed aside. And the next one is the dynamic between youth and the teacher. At the end of the final day, a pivotal moment occurred when the teacher was asked to leave the room due to the students' discomfort and embarrassment, creating a tense and uneasy atmosphere. Simultaneously, the teacher intervened in another group's performance, urging the students to speak more clearly and expressively. And the last one in this section is the dynamic between researchers, youth, and artists. During the residency, the researchers maintained a neutral observer role, interacting directly with the youth and the artists only in regular focus group discussions. The aspect of embodiment was also explored through how young people become aware of their own body language once they noticed our presence as researcher observers. However, over time, the youth gradually normalized our presence. The artists collaborated closely with the researchers, inviting them to share daily reflections, which helped to shape and adjust the next day's tasks. And finally, we analyzed how young people's understanding of the meaningful engagement is established through this processual nature of residency and contemporary art practices. If we think from artists' perspective, artists emphasize the meaning of processuality in creative practice, arguing that each given task is layered of contexts such as co-creation and acquainting with the self and others. Replacing the expected with the unpredictable, it positioned everyone involved as creator of the end product instead of an executioner of a given scenario. From the artist's perspective, the framework of the residency insisted on exploring the unique identity of the group as a whole and of each individual participant, instead of focusing on a pre-made script of a play. Within the residency, artists position themselves as mediators, not teachers or any other classic authoritative roles, arguing that they are not there to raise them, but to guide them through the process. And finally, from the youth perspective, the participants were heavily oriented on reaching a clearly stated goal, which possibly is implemented by the school system. At first, processuality as such was perceived as confusing, at times even irritating. However, by letting go of the need to have a clearly stated goal, the youth found new approaches and inspiration for creative work. And with this finding in mind, we move to conclusion part, and I'll hand over to Sabine.
This time it's more good. I have 30 seconds. To sum up all of this that Diana mentioned, the residency allowed us to explore how contemporary art practices and processual approaches can change the way young people see themselves, their bodies, creativity, and others around. It revealed how stepping beyond the framework of formal education can help them think more openly, value the process itself, and develop a deeper sense of connection and self-awareness. Thank you.
And thank you for putting actually our next question into the presentation, which sounds, any questions? Yes, we do. Okay, we have some fresh question askers here, and then we will follow. Yes, we'll follow later.
Okay, this is stressful. Okay, my name is Betty, and my question was, even with like telling the teacher to kind of chill out and back off from the process, do you think it still affected the students and the result of it all? Do you think they were still kind of like, I guess, like embarrassed or shy or less active because she was there, or he?
We think that the teacher had a role in all of it, maybe we can't like measure the impact, you know, at this really qualitative process. But also after the residency, we really talked about it, and of course there were some aspects why the teacher was there in the residency from the first place. We talked, and the artists really also tried, I think, when I saw the process, they tried to change the process and try to also somehow push the teacher a little bit on the side. But maybe, I'm not sure. We don't have one conclusion, I think, in this, how important was the teacher. I don't know, Diana?
I think so too. It's not really measurable at this point. Yeah, I agree.
Thank you. Let's move forward with the next question.
Thank you. Firstly, why did you choose these particular students? And after this, did they show interest in doing something similar in the future? Did they want to continue?
I will start maybe from the second question. Yes. At the very last day, so I was in the last focus group discussions with the students, and they invited us to come to school to see their plays and everything. So they really wanted to continue the communication. And maybe we have to ask also to other participants in our team if the communication has been there. But yes, at the very end, they were, I think they somehow, we are friends now with them in all the processes. We were researchers that were on the side, and we were observers, but the communication was really nice to the youth. Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, there is a line actually already, but fantastic.
Yes, thank you for your presentation and inspiring conclusions. Actually, I had the not only question but more comment that I would be very glad to share my residency conclusions, because I saw so many similarities. First of all, about co-creation, how important it is, Second is about this appreciation that we are all in a very horizontal level. And the third one about teacher, because we really have a very similar situation when there was one hired sort of leader, and she didn't get this room, how to say. She was really trying to push her perspective, and very fast, very quickly she realized that this is not the case. And I think this being together but not leading is something very challenging and very interesting, what to take into notice in collaboration with youth. And really, after this conference, I would be very happy if you would need maybe some more information about our residency, because they are so similar. I would be very happy. And thank you for your research once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can reflect on that while I'm getting to the next question maker. And let's say that's going to be the last one, right? Because we have deserved break.
Yes. So hi, my name is Emilia. I had a question. Is there a reason why Valmiera was chosen for this project, if you know, of course? Because like there are so many like cities and schools. Do you know why they participated? What was the reason?
I am now looking at the organizational part of the team, who maybe... Yes. Please help us.
So the first question was why exactly class was chosen. It was because the process wasn't that easy at first. We were just looking for some classes, and then some teachers, like persons from academy, just said, "Oh, listen, we have some teacher there. We know she's really nice. You should ask her," and that's how we find that class. And another question was?
Why was the Valmiera?
Valmiera, because last year, me with Walters, our colleague, we participated in summer school, which is organized by Latvian Contemporary Art Center. And there, through the process of group tasks, we found out this topic, and somehow we just went through it and find this interesting to go further and explore. So that's how it started.
Thank you very much. And yes. And there is something for you as well. There. Well, dear participants, again, we go for a short break, which will last nearly 30 minutes, 28 if we want to be very precise. And afterwards, at 4 o'clock, we wait all of you here and all of you online as well, to continue with the last section of this conference, and that is going to be youth participation in different environments. So we will explore what other different environments are there for young people to participate, and we'll hear some examples. So 4 o'clock, we'll wait you back here, and until then, please refresh yourself and, of course, network and talk and ask questions and keep discussing the youth participation. See you soon. So, dear participants, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon sharp, and we meet again for the last session of our conference. And the name of the session is Youth Participation in Different Environments. And we will have, unfortunately, out of the 3 presentations, apparently we will have only 2, but maybe that's for best. So let's enjoy those 2 presentations. And our first presenter and speaker will be Patricija Janula from Youth Council of Ādaži Municipality. Youth councils were mentioned quite a lot this morning. We saw youth councils actually in many presentations and heard them in many speeches. So the key to active civic engagement among today's youth. So Patricija, the floor is yours, and let's raise a little bit our mood with applauding. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues and fellow advocates of youth participation, it is my both privilege and great responsibility to talk about topics on youth participation. My name is Patricija Janula, and I come from European Club. I am a president of European Club that is a part of European Parliament Ambassador Schools. And I am also a protocol prefect in my youth council. This topic is not new. This topic is not new, but it has never been more relevant. Across Europe, civic trust is declining. Participation in elections is fluctuating, and many young people feel their voices carry little weight in political arena. At the same time, we see an incredible rise in youth participation, online campaigns, climate marches, digital petitions, showing that young people do care, but they often express that care outside of formal democratic structures. So our question today is not, do young people still care? Because they clearly do. Our question is, why does traditional civic participation fail to reach them, and how can we change that? So for my introduction part, I would like to highlight the possibility, why is that? Many young people remain unmotivated to engage in democracy because civic education often stays theoretical and detached from real life. It is because not every student wants to learn about immigration or climate crisis at 15. And not really a great majority of people do want to have those political discussions at school. So how do we engage youth in practical forms that make them learn about democracy in practical ways? Because as we know, habit of democracy is lived through experience. And that is why I'll tell you about children and youth elections of Ādaži municipality that were held on 7 June of this year. And it highlighted a really important part where young people and also children could have experience in democracy. This presentation explores not only my empirical studies, but also practical hands-on experience in youth participation, from local to European level. That can strengthen civic engagement and build a generation that truly values democracy. So the great question is also why youth participation still falls short. According to an SKDS survey from 2021, 92% of young people reported they had never attended a municipal council meeting or a session organized by a state institution. On the other hand, Eurostat data from 2022 showed that Latvian youth are among the least active in civic organizations compared to their peers across the European Union. So the problem that I framed is that youth disengagement is often caused by passive participation formats. Traditional civic education focuses on theory rather than action, leaving young people disconnected from real democratic processes. So for this, I conducted my own research on how youth sees their political activity nowadays. So survey results from this year show that 242 respondents aged 13 to 25 conducted across Latvia says, how do you evaluate your interest in politics? And the results are pretty the same to every other presentation that was held before, and also the scientific researches that were held by students, that the interest in politics is really low. 37.5% say that. However, 27.8% say that it is really average. And only 22.2% say that it is really high and they are interested in the politics. Findings show that the majority of young people express these beliefs, and that results illustrate national trend of limited youth motivation in political participation. So my goal of this study is to demonstrate that interactive and practical participation, especially when it connects to topics and issues, is relevant to young people, own interests in daily lives. It motivates them to stay aware and to act on their own youth councils, clubs, non-governmental organizations, and it builds a lasting habit of civic participation, not only on local, but also on national and European level. I will highlight also later on why the local engagement is really important in this study. So, my approach and examples: promoting active experience-based participation instead of passive learning. You'll become engaged where they can discuss, decide, and act, not just listen. So the problem is that before, that I've said before the study, showed that they didn't really have an opportunity to go to institutions or government institutions to discuss with political figures, with policy makers, the real problems of youth. So they simply feel that they're unheard and they don't want to be discussed on political arena. But examples from Adage Youth Council collaboration with municipal policymakers and Adage Youth elections from 2025 that were held as local level democratic practice will show you that it's really important and it works. The core idea is to make youth feel responsible and important for their actions, showing that their actions lead to visible results, and not just results that are visible to political figures and policymakers, but the youth itself. So, as I've said previously, I would highlight why local engagement matters. And it matters because it collaborates with the municipal council to improve youth life. Every one of our experiences start with local. So you can't really start to impact any national problems or issues. And also you can't also start at European level. You need to start locally, where you can really impact the situation. It provides youth with direct contact with policymakers, learning how decisions are made locally, encourages responsibility and civic belonging within the community. So local level civic activity serves a civic belongingness within the community. When youth participate in municipal or community initiatives, they gain first-hand experience of how democracy functions, which motivates them to pursue involvement on national and European levels. So, the case study that I talked about a previous moment is that we held an elections for ages 3 to 7, young children that also could have a first-hand experience on democratic principles. So they voted for flower colors in public gardens. We had a real live booth where they could go with the help of their parents, of course, and we explained to them what it means to take a part in doing something meaningful to their community. And they really took it really responsibly. We saw how they were trying to figure out what really those colors would be the best, and they also, of course, did that brainstorming of what that really means to contribute to something. And ages 8 to 25 voted for artwork to be displayed in youth center. A total of 755 young voters participated. Youth experienced how their votes translate into visible community outcomes, such as the installation of the winning artwork. So what that basically means is that youth could practically see what their decisions have led to. It's not only about the results that brought to it, it's their actions, but it's also the consequences. So we show that you should take democracy and elections really seriously so you don't regret your decisions later. And here are some pictures. So in up right picture, you see the artwork that was actually installed in our youth center. And here are some posters where they could take their lead, where they could practically vote for what they really wanted to see, whether on the garden or for art display. And we also made a lot of campaigns in digital world where we made videos for contributing to active participation. We encourage not only people that are aged 13 to 25 to go to the booth and make their own choice on youth elections, but we also encouraged people over 18 who had, of course, the ability to vote in real elections. And we, in that sense, contributed to what we see today. And I also want to highlight that Adaži municipality has one of the highest level of activity in elections, 55% in European Parliament elections and 53% in municipal elections, which is a great result of not only what our citizens are looking for, but also what the youth did contribute to. So what lessons we learned from this experience? First is that practical participation builds civic competence. Real experiences like youth elections teach democracy better than theory. Institutional support turns youth participation from symbolic to credible. Early involvement fosters lifelong civic engagement. Local success, like the Adaži Youth Elections example, can inspire national change. So what I'm aiming here is that every local experience should be practiced through those elections. Not every municipality has the opportunity to give young people to elect and take a practical part in democracy. So here I just wanted to highlight two of the main, more international and national level of events that I also take active part. First is Euroschool. Students act as MAPs in Strasbourg, debating real European Union issues and voting on proposals. It promotes understanding of European Union institutions and strengthens international cooperation. However, nationally, which is also a really important topic, is that Youth Parliament that was held on 11th April of this year, is that young people take part in drafting a declaration and work in committees to address current issues in Latvia. So they don't just make it decoratively like it was on international Euroschool event, but they simply get really to contribute to real declaration. That is really important. However, on Youth Forum, it is an event that was held first time in Latvia this year. It brings young people and decision makers together to identify challenges and find solutions for Latvia's future. So we will work till May on resolving some issues that were taking part and that were also announced on Youth Forum. That is really practical way on how to decide how to solve problems with policymakers and decision makers. So in conclusion, I want to say that first, youth want to see visible results from their participation, such as that artwork that I told you about previously. they see what they have done, they see the consequences, whether they like it or not. But that is democracy. Second is that when discussions stay theoretical, interest fades. We want to debate global issues at a young age. Third is that youth participation must begin locally, where change feels real. And what I'm aiming here for is that every municipality has an opportunity to at least once a year invite students to the government institution where they can see how the elections work, where they see how the decisions are made. And the third is youth participation. The fourth is that a similar model should be established at the municipal level. It's not about simulation or looking how policymakers decide. Not only that, but it is also to contribute. Those youth councils, of course, take a great majority of decision planning with the policymakers, but that is not enough. We should have a broader range of people, of young people who have the opportunity to express themselves, even if they're not a part of youth councils. Allowing youth to experience participation firsthand and contribute to shaping their communities is the vital part of democracy, and building a lasting habits from as young as 3-year-old will understand the democracy later. Thank you.
Patricia, thank you so much for your presentation, and actually I think that for this session you were this really voice of the young people, like real voice, like literally, and that is very important and very significant. Well, do we have any questions? We have 3 minutes and 3 hands. This is something extraordinary actually, because usually, you know, people get like more tired and more calm at the end of the conference, but it looks like it's totally opposite in here. Let's start with Brigitte, maybe.
Hi, I'm Brigitte. Just wondering who decided what will be the topics that young people can vote for? And do you see, is there a chance in the future that they will be able to vote on health or education or something that still affects them daily but is not kind of constricted to a youth center or something like this?
Yeah, that's a really good question because, the municipality itself decided on how to really coordinate those questions, because you can't really give a really mature election outcomes for a 3-year-old. But of course, such as art installation or what flowers you will garden, that is really important because young people and really small people, they understand that the majority wins, and that is the core principle of democracy. And of course, in future, we do see the possibility that we take more mature questions such as the health, education, but we really need to get the start from somewhere, and that is a really good idea for now.
Thank you. Next question.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. One thing that really caught my eye was the example with the 3-year-olds choosing their favorite colors for the flowers and how nice it feels to kind of see their work appear in the environment. But I was wondering if you've ever felt any resistance among teenagers, and let me explain what I mean by that. I think sometimes caring about your environment and policies and so on doesn't come across as cool, and maybe this is just like a personal observation, but I think among teenagers showing that you actually care for something is not always positive, and you care about your social status and how you're perceived and so on. I wonder if you've ever come across that, and if you have any solutions how being politically active can be cool.
Okay, so you are aiming that that is about the status of students, like when someone feels like higher than others, or?
Not necessarily higher, but just showing that you care about your country, the policies, that it's something that the youth should be involved in, rather than just turn a blind eye and kind of not ignore that.
Yeah, we did have the problem where a lot of people didn't really understand the concept or really stayed passive on this matter. But in reality, we need to, as I've previously mentioned, we need to have the majority, not only the people from youth councils to engage in these kind of events, but we need to take a broader picture on decision making. And well, if we're talking about the resistance from teenagers, is that they do really have their own opinions. They do really maybe stay in opposition sometimes, and maybe they do sometimes turn a blind eye to this concept. But I think it's mainly about the development of the idea, and I think in the future we would discuss really mature problems, and I think we would reach other people too.
Thank you. And last quick question and a quick answer.
Very well spoken. Thank you for the presentation. But my question was, how do you engage your peers or friends who are not really engaged in the topic of participation?
That is a really tough question, because a single person cannot really engage the majority of other people. But what we can do is through digital world, through social media, we can take the interest of peers. And it is by the videos that we make where we simulate the decision makers, the policy that was taken, for example, at the government, the youth summit, the European Parliament simulation. That is what really interests young people. They see it and they want it to experience too, and they want to have the voice. And what I really think is nowadays we should approach people through digital media and social media in general. That is a great tool that we can equip ourselves with and decide other questions.
Patrici, thank you very much once again. And dear friends, all things come to an end, and this is unfortunately as well our final presentation for today's conference, and that is going to be from Karolina Schiefeld from University of Louisville and Ireta Čekša, University of Latvia, fostering civic participation in the classroom, teacher's perspective. We have talked a lot about classrooms already and teachers as well, so I'm sure it's going to be excited one. Yes, the floor is yours. Ireta, are you alone today?
Unfortunately, yes, because Caroline went back to home last week, but still I will present work what we did in the previous months. So, yes.
So we're never alone, and the floor is yours. Where is the clicker actually?
Yeah, where it is.
It went away somewhere.
I will try to. No, it doesn't work.
Ah, maybe it's here. Yes.
Yeah, it's
yes.
here.
Yo, so it's hiding. It's hiding, but we found it. Yes. Ireta, please.
Okay, it's my pleasure to be here once again. And yeah, today I will speak instead Caroline. And I will bring on here, I would like to say hot topic about how to teach our voice and how to teach our methods can help students to activate their civic participation. And for that, aim for today is sharing experience from trainers' courses, what was held on 2023 in Latvia. And it was a course about open classroom for democratic ideology. And yeah, there was in-service teachers, and it was a development course for teachers. And during this course, we we invite teachers to learn some methods what they can use for their daily lives. About teacher profile in Latvia, very hot results from TALIS. And it's a study for teacher environment. And what we see here that we have teacher in Latvia, average year 50 years. And what I want to highlight is that a teacher at least have a very broad experience, work at school, many years of, and a lot of teachers said that 62% of teachers said that they have no teaching materials, and yeah, the sample is representative. So that's one big problem for teachers in Latvia. Another survey is ICCS 2022, where we ask teachers about the purpose of their civic education in schools, and just 11% tell that it's civic participation among the students. Another part say another issue. So once more again, it's very important to bring on stage that civic participation. It's skill. Actually, it's skill what we needed for daily life. Yeah, and continue to that, related to that in this ICCS study, we achieved that not so many students have very high results in civic citizenship education, so we have to think how to level up them. So, come to the approach of open classroom. Yeah, it's approach where is of political classroom, and this approach fostering in students political equality, tolerance, autonomy, fairness, engagement, and political literacy. And according to that, we create course. It lifelong learning course for teachers according to this approach. And we bring together teachers and teach them how to teach democratic ideology. And about the study, we take these teachers from this course this year together and take some interviews from them and try to find out how they teach in the daily life. What kind of methods do they use right now, and how it works for them? And what we found, before that there are some limitations, of course. So we selected only those who participate in the course, and there is no representative data for today. It's just case studies, just one piece of puzzle for different cases, how teachers look at teaching and learning process in school, and how they work in the daily life. Right now we get 4 case studies from different kind of teachers. The first one is teacher with broad experience in her school life. Another one is also quite good experienced teacher from Riga, and one Robert who is young teacher, just 5 years in the school, and I would like to today share experience how Robert sees the environment and how he implemented these methods in their class. And at least Alice, we have Alice, a historian and social science teacher, and she also have broad experience in daily life, and she's in the rural. So we have different cases with different kind of experience of teachers, and also with working experience. And let's see on Robert's case only. About the Roberts, so philosophy and social science teacher since 2022, and actually this course for him was like a fresh air, as he said, because he has no experience at working at school, and he has very limited methods to use in their class. So in this case, the idea to get some new aspects and new methods for him to hear about this course was very, very interesting. Yes, what he said in the interview, actually, the first point, what he mentioned and what I want to highlight is that the first year is very tough and very hard in the school. And it's become better and better year by year. And if we focus on the course and the outcomes from the course, that Robert said that he focused on the classroom community. He tried to build classroom community. So he tried to show children how to make relationship, how to networking. He makes some students agencies and collaboration events, and also task for students to make them more open to collaborate to each other. And he saw that this implemented also in the school environment, outside the class, outside the lessons, and for themselves, he feeling that her teaching improved because he started to be more open because of this community building, and her statement was that he is one of the part of the class, not the leader, but one of the part, so the equal. Another experience to teach based on the open classroom course methods. He took in the class a book in a hour approach. So just background, we have very low reading literacy skills in Latvia. We saw it is in the PIRLS study, and this approach was one way how to bring in school to possibility read and habit to read. Another one was approach about alternative text, including analyzing music and photographs. He recognized that we have some materials what we can bring in class, but still at the same time comics, what is also very relevant in the class. We don't have such of in Latvia, so it's one gap what must be filled in. Then about the findings. Also about these methods, he understands that political classroom is okay, to have different opinions. At first of all, he wanted to just starting to bring in the class that there is possibility to have different kind of opinions, and he started to bring in class some conversation and respect between the students. And also hot topic was very interesting to observe how students react to the hot topics. For example, the last one was the Istanbul Convention, US president election, and several hot topics, what usually teacher mentioned but not very often to discuss in the class. So this method helps for them. About the findings, and here I want to stick for all the four interviews. All teachers said that music and images is very common in the classroom, and they very often use them. Also, novels. Who is not resonate with teacher, in somehow it is very helpful for the curriculum, but another way teacher don't use them at all because of no materials in Latvian language. So what there is, yeah, they highlighted one problem. About another issues. Traditional text reading was challenging at the very beginning, but time by time students assume that this is one possibility how to learn more and how to know more, and also it is a background for discussions. And also the jigsaw method, what is the puzzle, reading not all of texts, but sharing the text between students and let them be responsible just also for one piece of text was very useful for students to just make things that they don't read all of the text, but they read just one piece after then put together and sharing ideas and sharing opinions. And the last one about environment. Teachers noted that safe environment and positive environment need to be in the class if they teach in such a way, because very often students are afraid to discuss about the hot topics. Because they keep their minds in themselves, and there must be some task what open them, and teacher is that who makes some safe environment. Also that was very interesting finding, and that will be my last finding for now, that we recognize that teacher using these methods what they learned at courses, but still they don't call it open classroom methods at all. And if we come back to the citizenship education and participation, then that's the point we sometimes we just acting and doing some things, but don't know what is it in academical or real life, so we can't recognize them. And yeah, and once again, and then I ending. I want to repeat what I said at the very beginning, that the teacher, if teacher have a tool how to learn, then it's more useful for curriculum and for students to achieve the main aims. And in this point, that was just make students in action how to participate, because this course was how to participate in real life, but do at the first time in the very safe place, in the classroom, with teacher leading, and yeah, just feel how it is. Do some activities. Thank you very much.
Ireta, thank you, and let's have a look if we have any questions, because yes, of course, there is a question. Fantastic, so we just go right there ahead with the question.
Have you done these preliminary findings with just these 4 people for now?
Right now, yes, it's the first stage. After then, we will have focus group interviews with them. And then we are planning, then we just asking these teachers observe how students feel and how they act outside of lessons. And after then give us feedback for that.
And have these teachers shown some interest in engaging their students in some non-formal education methods more?
I would like to say that this method is like examples that the teacher and student can act and think differently in the different way, and just take experience how to do that. Yes, and yeah, and think about the future steps. If I have the similar situation in outside school, what should I do? Okay, I have some experience in the classroom, and just make some bridges.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause. Thank you. Well, dear participants, dear friends, I think we have become friends already to this day, hopefully, and hopefully not only with each other, but actually as well with the concept and idea of youth civic participation that is meaningful and authentic. Yes, everybody who would like to maybe to see once again all the presentations, there is this fantastic possibility, because all the presentations and all the records of this conference will be available hopefully forever, but you can find them on Latvian Academy of Culture's yes, online platforms. Yes, like YouTube account and hopefully any others, but YouTube is going to be there for sure. And yes, what to say at the end? Let's make really youth participation meaningful and authentic, and let's do it together. For sure, and let's support all these processes. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming. Thank you very much, everybody, for being online with us. The very last thing I wanted to provide from my side is to say a big thank you with a round of applause to all of the participants. But if I may, there are especially 2 people that were asking questions constantly, and I think you both deserve really this as well piece of flower like everybody got from our speakers. But thank you so much for all the questions. How do you come up with all these questions? Can you share the secret?
Thinking.
thinking. So, dear friends, think, and you will have as many questions as well. And of course, we have another fantastic participant. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
As well. Where do you get questions as well? Share your secret quickly.
Well, just it's again thinking and paying attention to these presenters and respecting their time and effort is the most important thing we can do as a society.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, dear friends, this is the official closure of the conference. Again, once again, thank you so much for being with us, and see you in the next conferences, hopefully very, very soon. Goodbye.